Battlefront, First Strike, Book 12 of the America Falls series. Written by Scott Medbury. Narrated by Adam Barr. Prologue. Darkness. Not the comforting kind. Not the kind of darkness you get when you close your eyes in a warm bed, knowing tomorrow is waiting for you. No. This was the thick, suffocating, black of death's doorstep kind of darkness. Daniel Bowman stirred. A wave of agony crashed through him. A fiery pulse from his groin that sent shockwaves up his spine. His breath hitched. His head pounded. His limbs felt like dead weights, but he was breathing. The shotgun. His last memories came back in jagged flashes. The roar of an engine, the burning heat in his thigh, the cold muzzle against his forehead. His fingers twitched, brushing against sticky, matted hair. If the thug had pulled the trigger, there wouldn't be anything left of his skull. What had happened? A misfire? A distraction? It didn't matter. He was still here. With a grunt, he shifted, trying to sit up. Bad move. Pain flared in his leg, sudden and vicious, making his vision spark. He sucked in air through gritted teeth, blinking hard against the haze. His hand fumbled down his torso, past his stomach, and found the source. His upper thigh, hot and slick. Blood. A lot of it. But not as much as there should have been. Instinct took over. His hands roamed, feeling, analyzing. His body was twisted awkwardly, his hip pressed hard against the dirt and gravel beneath him. His leg was bent inward at an unnatural angle, pinning the wound tight. A realization hit him. The way he'd fallen had saved his life. The pressure from his own body weight had clamped the severed artery, slowing the blood loss just enough to keep him from bleeding out. If he'd shifted, if the thug had flipped him over, hell, even if he'd breathed too deeply, he'd be a corpse. Son of a bitch. Bowman let out a shuddering breath, half in relief, half in disbelief. He was alive, but barely, and the only thing keeping him that way was the fact that he hadn't moved. That was about to change. With gritted teeth, he forced his shaking hands to his belt. His knife was gone, probably lost in the scuffle, but his belt was still there. He yanked it free, looping it tight around his upper thigh, just above the wound. His fingers fumbled with the buckle, slick with sweat and blood, but after a few desperate seconds, it cinched. A makeshift tourniquet, not perfect, but better than nothing. Now came the hard part. Bowman braced himself, every muscle screaming as he rolled onto his back, then onto his side. The world spun, his vision darkening at the edges, but he stayed conscious. Barely. He had no idea how much time had passed. Hours? A day? The battlefield was eerily silent now, save for the occasional rustle of wind through the wreckage. He could smell oil, smoke, and something worse. Death. Whoever had done this thought he was dead. A grim smile tugged at his lips. They were wrong. Using what little strength he had left, Bowman grasped the bumper of the wreck in front of him and began to drag himself upright. one bloody inch at a time. Part 1. Line in the Sand. 1. The autumn sun crept over the horizon, its first rays touching the Brady-Sullivan Tower and casting a long shadow across the gathered crowd. Hundreds stood in reverent silence, their breath visible in the crisp morning air as they faced 3 wooden pyres. Above each, handmade banners stirred in the breeze. Paul, Daniel Bowman, and Cade. The names, carefully painted in black against white cloth, seemed to carry the weight of all they'd lost. Diana clutched a faded T-shirt of Cade's, her knuckles white against the worn fabric as she stood between Ben and Samuel. The shirt still carried the lingering scent of the boys she'd come to love as her own, and she pressed it closer, as if holding tight enough might somehow bring him back. Ben's arm around her shoulders trembled slightly, his usual stoic demeanor cracking under the weight of grief. Samuel's face was a mask of contained anguish. The past week had aged him beyond his years, the horror of watching Cade die seemingly etched into his features. The joy of discovering Vincent was alive had lifted some of his burden, but the loss of his brother still cut deep. Vincent stood nearby, his arm in a sling, dark circles under his eyes suggesting sleep had been elusive since his rescue. The crowd parted like water as Isaac made his way to the front. His steady gaze swept over the assembled faces. Friends, neighbors, children who'd grown up in the relative safety of their walls. When he spoke, his voice carried clearly across the square, though thick with emotion. "We gather to honor 3 of our brothers, who embodied the very best of what we strive to be," he began, meeting the eyes of those nearest. "Paul, there from the start through the danger and the death, and then the good times, when we built this community from nothing, first at the farm, and then here in Manchester. A man who never turned away anyone in need, and was always there for the ones he loved." Ava stood rigid near the front, her daughter Peace beside her. Both women's faces streamed with tears as Isaac spoke of the man who had been a nurturing brother and uncle. Max held Peace's hand tightly, his own eyes glistening as he supported his friend. Isaac took a moment to compose himself, wiping a tear from his eye. "Daniel Bowman," he said finally, his voice growing stronger. "The most unexpected ally. First in the facility when the odds were against us, and then later when we discovered the remnants of Colonel Randall's group in Concord. When Colonel Randall passed away, Daniel Bowman assumed leadership of Concord, and if possible, made our alliance even stronger. His friendship never wavered, and like us, he believed in the possibility of rebuilding not just towns, but America itself. When others might have chosen isolation, he reached out, forged connections, created networks of support that have helped us all survive and thrive." 3 soldiers who had served with Bowman stood at attention, their faces grave. The loss of their commander had hit Concord hard, and of course they had held their own memorial. But even in the midst of still deciding who would take Bowman's place, they had insisted on sending a contingent for this one. "And Cade," Isaac's voice caught, and he paused, gathering himself. "A brave young man who faced darkness with courage beyond his years, who protected others even in the darkest moments, and showed us that family isn't just about blood, but about the bonds we choose to forge. Ben pulled Diana and Blake closer as she pressed Cade's shirt to her face, her shoulders shaking. Samuel reached for her other hand, gripping it tightly as tears slid down his cheeks. Behind them, Luke squeezed Becky's hand and drew his 2 daughters in tighter. These 3 lives, so different in length and experience, were bound together by common threads: courage, compassion, and community. They died fighting to protect others, and we honor them not just with our grief, but with our determination to carry forward what they helped build. Isaac nodded to peace, and the girl took a deep breath before releasing her mother's hand and coming forward to take Isaac's spot. Her hands trembled slightly as she unfolded a piece of paper. "I wrote this last night," she said, her voice soft but steady. "For my Uncle Paul, for Mr. Bowman, and for Cade. Remember me in morning light, when dawn breaks soft and true. In every kindness that you give, my love will live in you. Remember me in laughter shared, in moments warm and bright. In every heart that I have touched, my soul still shines with light. Remember not the tears you've wept, but all the joy we knew. For in the love you carry on, I'll live in all you do." Peace's voice wavered on the final verse, but she finished strong, looking up at the assembled crowd with tears gleaming in her eyes. Max stepped forward to support her as she made her way back to her mother's side. Isaac nodded to Indigo, and she and her 2 children stepped forward, each holding a rose that they placed on each of the low pyres. Following her example, people began moving forward one by one to place precious items or flowers on the pyres. Luke approached Paul's first, carefully setting down his friend's original pair of glasses, the ones broken during the fight with Mr. Ragg. They'd been replaced 2 years later by a pair he had spliced together in an abandoned optometrist shop, but Paul had kept them as a spare set. Bowman's soldiers placed his beret solemnly, its once deep black now faded to a muted, dusty shade, on his pyre. Ben walked slowly to Cade's pyre, Samuel at his side. Together they placed a dog-eared copy of The Stand, the boy's favorite book. Diana stepped forward to lay his shirt beside it, her hand lingering as if reluctant to let this final piece of him go. As the mourners stepped back, Luke approached with a torch. The flame flickered in the morning breeze as he touched it first to Paul's pyre. The dry wood caught quickly, flames beginning to lick upward. He moved to Bowman's next, then finally to Cade's, each pyre coming alive with fire that reached toward the cloudless sky. Ava's clear voice rose in an old hymn, Amazing Grace. Others joined in, the melody carrying across the square as smoke spiraled upward. The sound swelled, full of both sorrow and hope, a reminder that even in darkness, light remained. Peace stood watching her uncle's pyre burn, tears streaming unchecked down her face. Beside her, Max maintained his gentle grip on her hand, offering silent support. Around them, voices began to rise, not in sorrow, but in remembrance. "Remember when Paul splinted my arm with a piece of fence post?" Someone called out. "Said he'd seen worse, probably." A soldier spoke up. "Bowman once rode 3 days straight to get medicine to an outlying settlement. Said no one was too far away to help." "Cade taught my son to read," another voice added. "Spent hours with him. Patient as could be." The stories continued, transforming grief into celebration of lives well lived. Laughter began to mingle with tears as people shared memories both profound and mundane. The smoke carried their words skyward, along with prayers and promises to remember. Luke stood slightly apart, watching the flames consume the pyres. His expression was distant, thoughts clearly elsewhere. As the fires began to die down, he made his way through the crowd to where Isaac stood with Indigo. "I need to leave at dawn tomorrow," he said quietly. "I made a promise to the brothers, Tyler and Mark. I have to keep it." Isaac nodded, his eyes still on the burning pyres. "Okay. We'll begin planning properly when you return." Becky approached with Aaron, who immediately wrapped her arms around Luke's waist. "How long will you be gone?" she asked, looking up at her father with worried eyes. "Just a few days, sweetheart. I'll be back before you know it." He smoothed her hair, trying to project more confidence than he felt. The road was never truly safe, and recent events had proven that all too clearly. The fires burned lower as the morning wore on, the smoke thinning to wisps that disappeared into the autumn sky. People began to drift away in small groups, heading back to their daily tasks. Life had to continue, even in the face of loss. Diana lingered until the flames were little more than embers, Ben and Samuel beside her. They stood in silence, each lost in their own memories of the boy who had brought so much joy to their lives. Finally, Ben gently guided them away, leaving the ashes to cool in the morning air. As the square emptied, Joshua Ragland emerged from where he'd watched silently from the shadows. He approached the dying pyres, studying them thoughtfully before turning to Luke. "You want company tomorrow?" he asked, gruffly. Luke's surprise showed on his face. "You're staying?" Ragland shrugged. "For a while, at least." "Sure, that would be great." Evening shadows crept across the council room as Isaac traced lines between 4 points on the large map: Manchester, Albany, Ashland, and Portland. Candlelight flickered across concerned faces gathered around the long oak table. The faces showed the strain of recent losses. The empty chair where Paul should have been spoke volumes. "Without Concord's full strength, we need allies," Isaac said, his voice firm. He placed weighted markers on each location. "Albany's already fighting Chinese armed slaver gangs. They've lost 3 satellite settlements in the last month alone. The Brotherhood in Portland has the numbers we need, nearly 1,000 crusaders. And the Brotherhood?" Diana's face darkened. Old pain etched in the lines around her eyes. "Have you forgotten what they did? To my town, my brother? They slaughtered civilians, Isaac, children, all in the name of their new religion." "I haven't forgotten. But as you all know, things have changed. The new leadership they installed after their retreat is less about conquering and making converts now, and more about trade. They haven't been any trouble for us for years, and have kept the cannibals pinned in the north." Ben's hand found Diana's arm, offering silent support. "If they've grown their army to 1,000, it doesn't sound like they've been doing much trade," she grumbled. Isaac responded, his voice softening. "I know, they caused a lot of trouble and pain. But if we're going to meet this new threat, we have to make allies, even if it's only for one battle." She nodded. "We also have to call on Ashland. The Marauders are still the biggest fighting force outside of Albany." There were no objections to that suggestion, not even from Ben, who had lost his twin sister during their confrontation with the Marauders. Luke had dealt with their leader Ash in a bloody confrontation, and the rest of the army had immediately surrendered. They had adhered to the ultimatum Isaac had given them, and had turned into a friendly trading partner for Manchester as they transformed from a marauding army into a successful settlement almost as big as Manchester. Indigo stepped forward, joining Isaac at the table. "The truces are holding," she pointed out, spreading a sheaf of trade records on the table. "Both the Brotherhood in Portland and Ashland have honored their borders. Ashland's grain shipments have kept us fed through 2 hard winters, and Portland's medicine supplies saved us during the fever outbreak last year." "There's a difference between trade and trust," Julian countered, the newest council member, still finding his voice after replacing Paul. "Asking them to commit fighters to our cause? That's a lot of faith to place in former enemies. The Brotherhood might have a new leader, but many of the same zealots who followed Reverend Michael are still there. And the Marauders? Yes, they're more civilized now, but they're still led by the same man who was lieutenant to Ash." "Well, he was the same man who surrendered, rather than see more bloodshed," Ben said. "The same man who executed his own lieutenants when they tried to break the peace later. No one here has more reason to hate the Marauders than I do, but they've proven themselves." Becky, who had been studying the map intently, looked up. "We should wait for Luke's return," she insisted. "He has contacts in Albany, knows their council. Their leader, Haley Lynn, has met him. And after what happened with the Brotherhood—" "That's exactly why Luke should be the one to go to Portland," Isaac interrupted. "They respect him there now, after how things ended. After he exposed Michael's corruption, saved those children." "If we're truly considering this," Indigo said, "we need to be clear about what we're asking, and what we're offering in return. This might not be a one-off. We could be talking about the future of the region, because if we win, and it turns out General Howe is not acting alone, we might just be stirring a hornet's nest. I think we need a permanent defense treaty between the 5 powers, not just a trade agreement." "And if we fail?" Julian asked. "If we bring them together and it falls apart? We could end up facing enemies on all sides." "If we fail," said Isaac, his voice low, "there won't be a we. Manchester will be as good as gone." The room fell silent, and they all heard running footsteps in the hall quite clearly. "Come," called Isaac in response to the urgent knock. A messenger entered, travel-stained and exhausted, holding dispatches from Concord and Albany. Isaac broke the seal on the first, his brow dropping with each line he read. "Still deadlocked," he reported, throwing the dispatch on the table. 3 factions fighting for control: the military council, the civilian authority, and Bowman's former officers. They're paralyzed. Military operations are essentially frozen." He looked up. "We can't count on their support. Not soon enough to matter." The mood around the table dampened. They had hoped for better news. The death of Bowman had left a real vacuum, but the hope had been that the foundations he and Colonel Randall had laid down would allow for a smooth transition of power to someone with the same drive and ethics. Indigo's hand clasped his. "There's still time." He nodded, but his face was unreadable. "What about the other one?" Diana asked. Isaac pulled open the other dispatch. "Albany have been documenting the defenses in Catskill. Their estimates are that there is a Chinese force there of about 500 soldiers." "That's not too bad," said Ben. "We can handle 500, even without Concord, if we have Albany and at least one of the other 2, can't we?" "It's not the numbers that are important," said Isaac. "They will be well armed with the latest weapons, and who knows what hardware they will have at their disposal. Their buildup has been much quicker than I anticipated." He shook the page. "I wish it was more comprehensive." "And the general?" Ben prompted, more for the benefit of the others at the table than himself, particularly Julian. "What do we know about him?" "How?" Isaac's mouth twisted around the name. "He's ambitious, ruthless. Started with the slave trade, but he's building something bigger. The Chinese government might not officially sanction it, But if they know about it, they're not stopping him either. He's gathering forces, establishing supply lines. This isn't just about slaves anymore. It's about territory. You think he will attack us before we can mobilize? Asked Julian. Isaac shook his head. No. Albany is the biggest threat, and geographically closer. I need to wrap this up, he said, and looked at the messenger. Are you able to ride to Albany tonight? Yes, sir, said the gangly youth, a boy named Simon, stepping forward enthusiastically. Good lad. Go to my office. I'll be there in a few minutes. What are you thinking? Asked Ben. We're going to send support to Albany. It may be for nothing, but they are all that stands between us and Catskill's forces. If they fall, we'll be in a whole lot of pain, Isaac said. I want 200 men assembled tomorrow at dawn. We aren't asking permission, but I'm sending Simon with a heads up. Ben, I want you to head to Ashland first thing. We'll be asking them to commit 300 men, too. Our force will arrive a day earlier, but the numbers are important. Can you handle the logistics with Julian and Diana? Sure. What about the Brotherhood? I'll dispatch a messenger tomorrow. They are too far away to be of any use inside a week. So if they are agreeable, and we're wrong about the General's timetable, we'll save them for the invasion of Catskill. And if they aren't willing? Diana asked, her voice still tainted with bitterness. Then we make do with what we have, Isaac admitted. But if we do nothing, if we let General Howe establish his power base, he stabbed his finger at the map. Everything we've built, it all falls. Because he won't stop at Catskill. Hopefully the Brotherhood will understand this. Becky stood, pacing to the window. The setting sun painted Manchester's streets in red and gold. Do you think we should wait for Luke? She asked softly. Give him a chance to weigh in. Don't forget he has dealt with the Brotherhood in the past. Maybe with him in person the request would carry more weight. That's not a bad idea, said Indigo. He should be back tomorrow or the next day. On his motorbike he'll be much quicker than the messenger on horseback. Isaac nodded slowly. Okay. If he's home by noon the day after tomorrow, we'll ask him if he wants to go. If he's not back by then, we'll send a messenger. Agreed? There were nods and yeses all around. That will give me time to draft a detailed report and proposal anyway. Thanks for the suggestion, Becky. Okay, let's get to it. The council members rose and began to file out, except for Julian, who began tidying papers on the table and straightening chairs. Isaac smiled briefly at the newest council member's eagerness to please. Ben fell in beside Isaac as they emerged into the hallway. Are you going to draft something for me to take to the Marauders? Just something that says you're our emissary and authorized to speak on the council's behalf. I know you'll convey the urgency of the situation. Horseback? Yes, Isaac said. Time is of the essence. He grinned when Ben's shoulders slumped. You ride fine, Ben. You just have to trust yourself. And the horse. I just have a difficult time trusting 900 pounds of flesh, controlled by a relatively small brain. That's insulting. Horses are some of the smartest people I know, laughed Isaac. Then more seriously. Why don't you take Max along? He's taken to riding like a duck to water. All right, I'll take you up on that. As they separated, Isaac mused at Raglan taking the time to give them riding lessons on the horses they'd acquired from the rancher near Concord had been invaluable, and was already making a huge difference to their logistical capability. Julian straightened from his tidying and went across to close the heavy oak door when the conversation and footsteps of Isaac and Ben had faded away. The room, which had hummed with urgent discussion moments before, now settled into silence. Julian sat down at Isaac's spot at the head of the large conference table and ran a palm across the smooth wooden surface before him as his expression, earnest and engaged throughout the meeting, shifted subtly. He reached inside his jacket and withdrew a small leather-bound notebook. The book was unremarkable, similar to those carried by many in Manchester for inventory records or personal notes, but he handled it with unusual care, glancing once more at the door before opening it. From another pocket, he drew a pencil, worn down to half its length. His handwriting, though cramped, was meticulous as he glanced at the map and scribbled key points from the meeting. He was nearly finished when a soft click, followed by the creak of the door opening to his right, jolted him from his task. In one smooth motion, Julian snapped the notebook shut, slid it back into his jacket, and shifted his posture, shoulders easing, expression softening into polite surprise. Indigo stepped into the room, her eyebrows rising slightly when she saw him still seated at the table, the head of the table, no less. "Julian, I thought everyone had left." Her tone was friendly but curious. He offered a self-deprecating smile, tapping his temple with 2 fingers. "Just taking a moment to organize my thoughts. Still learning the ropes as the newest council member." Indigo crossed to her chair, bending to retrieve a metal water flask that had rolled beneath it. "Forgot this," she explained, straightening. "It's good you're taking time to process. These meetings can be intense." "Paul left big shoes to fill," Julian acknowledged, referencing his predecessor on the council. "I'm trying to be thorough." A shadow passed over Indigo's face at the mention of Paul, but she nodded. "I'm sure you'll do well." "Thank you. I appreciate your encouragement. I just don't want to let anyone down," Julian replied, rising from his chair as though her arrival had concluded his private reflection. Indigo smiled and turned to leave. "You won't. Get a good night's sleep. Isaac wants everyone rested with what's coming." The door clicked shut behind her. Julian remained standing, counting her receding footsteps. 1, 2, 3. He waited until he could no longer hear her, then slowly eased back into his chair. The notebook reappeared in his hands. He flipped back to his interrupted notes, adding a final detail. "Isaac sending troops east. Plans forming. Urgent time frame." He studied the page for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then, with deliberate care, he tore the page free from the binding. The sound of ripping paper seemed unnaturally loud in the empty chamber. He folded the page with precise, methodical movements, once lengthwise, then twice more, until it formed a compact rectangle. He bent down, rolling up the cuff of his right pant leg to reveal a well-worn leather boot. He slipped the folded paper into a nearly invisible slit in the inner lining. Standing once more, he smoothed his clothing and tucked the now empty notebook away. His face settled into a neutral expression that revealed nothing of his thoughts. Not anxiety, not guilt, not excitement. Just the composed demeanor of a council member concluding his day's duties. He turned off the lamps, then left, closing the door quietly behind him, his boot carrying its hidden cargo with each unhurried step. 2. The crisp morning air had carried a hint of winter when Luke and Raglan set out from Manchester 2 days earlier. After lengthy debate, Isaac had insisted they take horses, a decision that had both excited and terrified Luke. In all his years traveling the broken remnants of America, he'd never ridden horseback, relying instead on his own 2 feet and occasionally bicycles when available. "It's not rocket science," Raglan had said dryly as Luke eyed the chestnut mare with trepidation. "Just don't fall off." Those first hours had been a lesson in humility. Luke, experienced survivor and skilled fighter, found himself clutching the saddle horn as his body struggled to find rhythm with the animal beneath him. Ragland, by contrast, rode with the easy confidence of a man who'd spent years in the saddle. "You're too tense," he'd called over his shoulder during that first morning. "Horse feels it. Relax your back. Move with her, not against her." By midday, Luke had graduated from white-knuckled terror to cautious cooperation with his mount. By evening, he'd begun to appreciate the ground they'd covered, easily twice what they could have managed on foot. His healing leg, which would have screamed in protest at such a journey walking, merely ached dully from the new muscles being engaged. His butt was another thing altogether. Later, when they dismounted for the night, Luke groaned in protest and tried to rub life into his backside. "Some riding instructor you are. You could have warned me that after a few hours, the saddle would feel like a medieval torture device. I think it's ruined my ability to sit like a normal human forever. I'm happy to lead your horse if you want to walk the rest of the way," rumbled Ragland. They bedded down alongside a small stream, the horses grazing contentedly nearby. As Ragland pulled out his flask of whiskey, Luke came clean. "I was a bit shy of them before today. Horses, I mean. Even after the riding lessons you gave us." "You mean scared?" Ragland grunted, taking a slow sip from his flask before passing it to Luke. Luke rolled his eyes, but took the flask, wondering, not for the first time, how the hell the man's flask never seemed to empty. He'd never seen him scrounge for whiskey or refill it, and yet here it was, full again, like some kind of backwoods miracle. "No shame. Most people are a bit wary of them if they're not familiar. Big animals. But they're the best allies you can have out here. Stronger, faster, smarter than most give them credit for." He reached up and patted the gray gelding he'd taken as payment for the riding instructions. "Reliable, unlike most people." "Reliable? Wasn't that the name of your horse from Bakerstown?" Ragland's eyes grew distant, a rare vulnerability crossing his weathered features. Luke caught the moment, but left it alone, simply handing back the flask. The older man cleared his throat. "Time for sleep," he said, and put the stopper back in the flask before spreading his bedroll. "Sure. Night, Joshua." The second day had passed more comfortably, Luke finding a surprising connection with his mare as they navigated fallen trees and overgrown paths. When they spotted a small herd of deer in a sun-dappled clearing, both men and horses had paused in silent appreciation of the moment, a rare glimpse of beauty in their harsh world. Now, as afternoon sunlight filtered through the trees, Luke and Ragland approached the old drugstore in Pinecrest. They left the horses tethered at a stream just outside town, approaching on foot with weapons ready. Luke's leg, though much improved since the journey to rescue the children, still protested the final stretch on foot. Ragland walked slightly ahead, bow ready, eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. The abandoned town looked worse for wear compared to their last visit. The wild grass sprouting from cracks in the pavement and along the building's edges was longer now, like the unruly tufts of an old man's eyebrows, and fresh storm damage had collapsed the roofs of 2 houses. Both men tensed at the absence of movement or sound where there should have been at least some sign of the brothers preparing for their journey. Luke signaled Ragland to circle around back, while he approached the front. Inside, the shelves had been cleared, medical supplies carefully packed in wooden crates stacked against the walls. Signs of preparation, but no sign of the brothers themselves. Luke moved cautiously through the main room, noting the half-filled boxes and tools laid out as if work had been interrupted. "Tyler. Mark. he called softly, hand resting on his pistol. Ragland appeared in the doorway, shaking his head. No sign of trouble outside, but no sign of the brothers either. Luke pointed to the door of the storeroom that was next to the kitchen. Ragland had taken only one step when the door opened, and Tyler appeared, his hands gripping a cardboard box in front of him. He froze in the doorway, then stumbled forward as his brother bumped into him from behind. Relief flooded their faces when they recognized Luke and Ragland. "You came back," said Mark. "I said I would," Luke said with a grin, then looked back to Tyler. "Though I was expecting you two to be more ready to leave." "We were," Tyler said, setting down the box of supplies. "But things got complicated." Luke noticed that both brothers looked exhausted, with dark circles beneath their eyes. Mark moved to the kitchen, lighting a small propane stove that sputtered before catching. "We've still got some tea left," the younger brother offered. "If you're thirsty." Ragland nodded appreciatively. "Thanks, kid." They settled in what had once been the pharmacy's break room, now serving as living quarters for the brothers. The small space felt cramped with the four of them, especially with boxes and supplies stacked along the walls. "So what happened?" Luke asked, accepting a chipped mug of fragrant tea brewed from woodland herbs. Tyler exchanged a glance with his brother, his face grave. 3 days after you left, we found another family hiding in the hills, a mother and 2 young children, all sick with fever. We heard crying while we were out gathering berries," Mark added, perching on an upturned crate. "Found them in an old hunting cabin about 2 miles from here. The mother couldn't even stand up. The woman's husband left to find medicine and never came back," Tyler continued, his voice heavy. "He promised he'd return in 2 days. It's been 9 now. I brought them back to town," he explained. "Set them up in the old general store next door. It seemed safer than leaving them isolated in the woods, especially with the children so sick. The mother's fever broke yesterday, but the kids..." He shook his head. "The little one, she's only 4. I've been trying everything I know." Ragland leaned forward, setting his mug down. "What are the symptoms?" "High fever, chills, rash starting on the chest," Tyler described. "I've been using willow bark tea and cold compresses, but the fever keeps spiking at night." "Elderberry and boneset," Ragland suggested immediately. "For the inflammation. And yarrow tincture if you have it. 3 drops for the little one, 5 for the older child." Tyler nodded thoughtfully. "We gathered elderberry last week. I have dried boneset, too." "I'd like to take a look," Ragland said, "if that's all right." Luke watched the exchange with quiet admiration. Despite his gruff exterior, Ragland's concern for the sick children was evident. Tyler, who seemed to appreciate the older man's experience, rose from his chair. "They're next door. We've been taking shifts caring for them." They crossed the small alleyway separating the pharmacy from what had once been Pinecrest General Store. The faded sign still hung above the entrance, swinging slightly in the breeze. Inside, the shelves had been pushed to the walls, creating a makeshift living space in the center of the room. A woman in her 30s sat by a wood stove, gaunt but alert, watching over 2 small forms on the bedrolls nearby. The children were pale, the younger ones breathing rapid and shallow. "Elise, these are the friends I told you about," Tyler said gently. "Luke and Joshua." The woman nodded wearily, her eyes reflecting both gratitude and fear. "Thank you for coming," she whispered. "Tyler says you have a safe place." "We do," Luke assured her. "Manchester is secure. We have medicine, doctors, food." While Luke spoke with the mother, Raglan conferred quietly with Tyler, examining the children with gentle hands that seemed at odds with his weathered appearance. Luke caught fragments of their conversation: pulse rates, temperature patterns, herbal combinations. "This place is more defensible than the cabin," Tyler explained as they assessed the setup. "We've been boiling water from the stream, keeping the stove going at night. Mark's been telling them stories to keep their spirits up." When they returned to the pharmacy, Tyler's expression was more hopeful than before. "Joshua thinks a different preparation of the herbs might help," he explained. "Plus, some adjustments to the dosage." "The little one's tough," Raglan added. "Fighting hard. Good sign." Tyler looked at Luke, his face resolute. "The next full moon," he said. "Give us till then. These people need care, and we can't move them until the children are stronger." Mark nodded vigorously beside his brother, clearly already attached to the family. "Their dad could still return," Mark added hopefully, "if he found help somewhere else." Luke found himself respecting Tyler's decision even more than if they'd agreed to return immediately. The young medic had grown into his role, putting others' needs before his own safety. "I could stay," Raglan offered unexpectedly. "Help with the treatment. Luke can handle the ride back alone, now that his leg's better." The offer surprised Luke. It was one thing for Raglan to accompany him on his journey, quite another for him to volunteer to remain behind. Tyler shook his head. "Thank you, but we need to do this ourselves. It's our choice, our responsibility." His voice was firm but appreciative. "Though I would welcome any advice you can share before you go." They spent the remaining daylight hours gathering herbs from the surrounding woods, Raglan patiently instructing Tyler on preparations that might help the children. Luke and Mark worked to secure both buildings, reinforcing doors and fashioning shutters for broken windows. As dusk approached, Luke left them with detailed directions to Manchester, a crude but accurate map, and a promise that scouts would watch for them when the moon waxed full again. He also left them with extra ammunition for the pistol Tyler kept hidden under the counter, and some of their rations. "The horses will get us home in half the time, and you'll need them more than us," he assured Tyler when the young medic worried about using their supplies. "We'll be fine." As he and Raglan prepared to depart, Luke glanced back to see the brothers silhouetted in the doorway of the pharmacy, Mark waving enthusiastically until they disappeared into the tree line. "Good kids," Raglan said as they walked toward where they'd left the horses. "The older one's got a real gift. Steady hands, calm under pressure." "You think they'll make it? The patience, I mean." Raglan considered this as he checked his horse's cinch before mounting. "The mother will. The older child should pull through with the new treatment. The little one?" He paused. "It could go either way. Is that why you offered to stay?" Raglan didn't answer immediately, swinging easily up into the saddle. "Sometimes skills should be used where they're most needed." They rode in thoughtful silence as twilight deepened around them, leaving Pinecrest and its young guardians to their quiet acts of mercy. Luke found himself thinking about the family they'd left behind, another fragment of humanity struggling to survive in the broken world. Part of him wanted to turn back, to help ensure those children lived, but he knew Tyler would do that, with or without them. "We have our own battles waiting," Raglan said, as if reading Luke's thoughts. "And they'll need a home to come to when they're ready." Luke nodded, turning his mare eastward. Shadows lengthened across the overgrown road as they rode back toward Manchester. 3. Raglan and Luke had ridden tirelessly through the night and much of the following day. By the time they finally reached Manchester, late on the second night, Their horses' hooves echoed sharply against the quiet streets as they approached the Brady Sullivan Tower. Despite the lateness of the hour, light still glowed on the 6th floor, where the council office remained active. "Looks like they're still at it," Luke observed, dismounting with a wince. Nearly 4 full days in the saddle had improved his riding, but it hadn't eliminated the discomfort. Raglan nodded, taking the reins of both horses. "Go on. I'll see to these two." Luke climbed the fire stairs 2 at a time, the pent-up energy from sitting for nearly 24 hours overriding the exhaustion that came with the lack of sleep. He found Isaac alone in the council chamber, hunched over maps spread across the oak table. The fluorescent lights cast shadows over the terrain markings, the flickering light aging his friend's face beyond his years. The death of Paul and the others weighed visibly on Isaac's shoulders. "You're back early." "Horses will do that," a winded Luke said, and approached the table holding his lower back and wincing. They shook hands and he looked down at the map on the table. "Why are you burning the midnight candle? What's happened?" Isaac rubbed his eyes. "General Howe's forces. Albany's defenses. Our potential response." His finger traced lines between marked positions. "It's moved faster than we expected, Luke. The Chinese presence has been expanded in Catskill. At least 500 soldiers. And I got another dispatch today with worse news." His hand stilled on the map. A flicker of something crossed his face. His gaze lifted, sharp now, searching. "Where are the brothers? Have you put them in quarters?" "They're staying put for now. They stumbled across a family with sick children who need care before they can make the trip here. They'll come when the moon is full." Luke moved closer to the map. "So what's the plan?" Luke studied it, taking in the markings that hadn't been there when he'd left. "I thought we had more time. What's the worst news?" "So did I." Isaac pulled a dispatch from beneath the map. "Albany scouts report they're setting up a fortified base at a town called Castleton-on-Hudson, 10 miles south of the city." His finger touched a freshly scrawled cross symbol on the map. "Looks like equipment, fuel reserves, ammo stockpiles, weaponry, and more personnel. No exact numbers, but at least 200 more men. It's pretty evident they're preparing for a major offensive." "And is Albany in the crosshairs?" Isaac nodded grimly. "I ordered 200 fighters to Albany before I'd even heard about the new base. They left at first light. Ben's on his way to Ashland to request 300 more. He took Max. We were waiting for you before we decided about Portland." Luke arched an eyebrow. "The Brotherhood?" "We need numbers, Luke. And since Bowman's death, Concord's leadership is paralyzed. The Brotherhood has nearly 1,000 fighters." Isaac's face was grim. "I know your history with them. That's why I wanted you back before we sent anyone." Luke paced the length of the table, studying each marked position. "And what happens if Albany falls before we can secure the alliances?" "And Manchester stands alone against whatever comes next." Isaac's voice carried the weight of command. "I was hoping you'd go to Portland yourself. After what happened, they respect you there." A knock at the door interrupted them. Indigo entered with a tray of sandwiches and coffee. "You're back," she said, and gave Luke a hug after she'd placed the tray on the table. "I thought Isaac might be hungry," she said, "but I know you will be. Want me to make some extra?" "I'm not hungry," said Isaac. "You have them, Luke." "Sure?" Isaac's attention had turned back to the map. "Yeah, I'll just have coffee." "When did you get back?" asked Indigo. "Just now," he said, and explained the situation with the 2 brothers. "Maybe we should send a truck?" she said. "I think until we know better how we are going to proceed with this new information, it's best to let them make their own way." She looked doubtful. "Did you tell Luke about Ben and Max?" she asked Isaac. "Yeah, They should reach Ashland by tomorrow morning sometime. Isaac poured coffee, the strong aroma filling the room. They're on horseback. The door opened again, and Ragland entered, smelling of horses and night air. They exchanged greetings, and after catching him up on the situation, the drifter moved to the window, gazing out toward the northern roads. 750 fully kitted soldiers, Luke mused, returning to the map. Even with Albany and Ashland, we'd be outgunned. That's why we need the Brotherhood, Isaac said. Luke ran a hand through his hair, considering. Their new leadership is more pragmatic than Michael was, but they're still zealots at heart. What makes you think they'd fight beside us? Because General Howe won't sit on his hands in Catskill, Ragland said unexpectedly from the window. All eyes turned to him. Men like that don't plant flags unless they're claiming territory. If he takes Albany, the Brotherhood will face him eventually, but on their own, after your cities have fallen. Isaac nodded. Exactly. This is regional survival, not just Manchester's. Luke circled the table, studying the terrain between Albany and Catskill. I have another idea, he said. I think we're being too passive. What do you think about coordinating with Albany's forces and hitting that base while it's still being established? His finger pointed to the freshest mark on the map. Reinforcements and defense won't be enough. We need to be proactive. Isaac nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on the map where Luke's finger rested. A preemptive strike, while they're still setting up. A spark lit in his tired eyes. That could work. Hit them hard, before they hit us. Better to bloody their nose now than face their full strength later, Luke said, tracing a path along the western approach to the Castleton-on-Hudson base. If we can disrupt their supply chain and destroy their stockpiles, we might force them to reconsider their timeline. Ragland moved from the window to join them at the table. You need to coordinate the attack from multiple angles. Surround them. Cut off retreat to Catskill. Exactly, Luke said. 2 forces, one from the north, one from the east. Isaac's expression hardened with resolve. I agree. Defenders won't be enough here. We need to act now. He studied the map. The 200 fighters we sent to Albany could form the eastern attack force, but they need leadership. I'll catch up with them, Luke said immediately. I can take my bike and intercept them before they reach Albany. Redirect them to a staging area here. He pointed to a small town called Niverville, southeast of the Chinese base. And Ben is already on his way to Ashland with Max, Isaac continued, the plan forming rapidly. Actually, he will be there or arriving soon. I estimated riding would take them about 10 hours. We can send a messenger to intercept them, direct them to bring the Ashland fighters to join our force at Niverville, instead of heading to Albany. Ben should lead the combined force, Luke said. He has tactical experience for this kind of operation. Indigo, who had been quietly listening, spoke up. What about Portland? The Brotherhood? Isaac exchanged glances with Luke. We'll still need them, even if this offensive is successful. We'll need more fighters in reserve for either a follow-up attack on Catskill or for defense in the case of retaliation. I can't go to Portland, Luke said, straightening from the map. Not if I'm heading to Albany. Indigo touched Isaac's shoulder. Jenna could go, she said, speaking of one of the refugees who had joined them 3 winters past. The Brotherhood respects her. She was in the team that negotiated the trade deal with them last year. She's tough and will prosecute a good case. She's also not carrying my baggage with their leadership, Luke added with a smile. It's settled then, Isaac said, his decision made. Luke rides to intercept our forces and redirect them, then continues to Albany to organize the northern attack. Jenna heads to Portland to secure the Brotherhood's support. I'll send a fast rider to catch Ben and Max with new orders. What about Samuel? He's almost as good on a horse as Max. It might be good for him to have some purpose. Isaac nodded. "I'll check with Diana." Ragland had moved back to the window, his silhouette framed against the night sky. "The Chinese won't be caught unaware for long," he warned. "Once your forces are in position, you'll need to move quickly." 3 days, Isaac said firmly. "We give Luke 3 days to reach Albany and prepare their forces. The attack begins an hour before dawn on the 4th day. Luke nodded. "That should work. I can make it to our advance force by tomorrow night, if I leave at dawn. That gives Ben time to bring the Ashland fighters into position." Isaac walked to a cabinet and took out some paper. He scribbled a few paragraphs, then signed it. "Take this to Albany's council. It's just my formal authorization for a joint operation. Their new leader is a stickler for protocol." "What do we know about her?" asked Ragland. "Haley Lynn? I attended her inauguration. She's one of your cohort," answered Luke, his eyes sparkling. "Old, real old, like 40 or something. Even has a few gray hairs. She's tough." "Isn't Lynn a Chinese name?" Ragland asked, unamused by Luke's dig. "It is, ergo the tough description. Her dad was Chinese-American and her mom American. Apparently he was a bit of a legend, used an old fighter plane to wreak a lot of damage on the Chinese forces in Texas." "Texas? How did she end up in Albany?" "Their base got smoked out. They'd heard about the retreat in the eastern states, and she escaped with a small group, led them to New York, worked her way up the ranks in Albany over the years, and eventually got elected leader. Quite the achievement, given her background, and the prejudice I imagine she faced because of it. Making it that far was the bigger feat. Hopefully she'll see the sense in striking first." Indigo poured more coffee, and for the next hour they finalized details, fallback positions, supply allocations, and when the plan was as solid as they could make it, Isaac stood. "I'm beat. You should get some rest if you're leaving at first light, Luke." Luke nodded, the exhaustion of the past days finally catching up with him. "I'll check over the bike before dawn and head out with the sunrise." He gathered the relevant maps and orders. "They're on foot, so I should catch them by tomorrow evening." Isaac clasped his shoulder. "Be careful out there." Indigo hugged him as they left. Ragland caught and held Luke's eye when he turned back. "What?" "I won't be joining you," Ragland said quietly. Luke paused, turning to face the drifter. "You're leaving?" Ragland nodded, his weathered face solemn. "Heading south, to Bakerstown. Someone needs to warn them about what's happening up north. If Albany falls, the Chinese will push south along the Hudson. Bakerstown would be directly in their path when they reached the Susquehanna." Luke studied his companion's face in the dim light. "That's not the only reason, is it?" Ragland's eyes shifted away momentarily. "No, as you know, I have unfinished business there." "When will you leave?" "Tomorrow, after Arrow and I have rested." "Arrow? You named your horse finally?" Ragland nodded. "Why Arrow?" "Because I point and he goes." Luke laughed. "You're a poet and didn't know it," he said, and extended his hand. Ragland clasped it firmly. "Watch your back, Joshua." A rare smile crossed Ragland's face. "Always do. You just worry about staying on that metal beast of yours." They parted ways in the hallway, Ragland toward his quarters, Luke toward the 8th floor, where he shared a modest room with Becky and their 2 daughters. Luke, thinking that Becky and the girls were all asleep at this late hour, snuck through the front door expecting complete darkness. He was happily surprised to see light shining from under the bedroom door, and dropped his gear, rushing to open the door. By the light of a small lamp, Becky smiled at him. "I thought you'd be asleep." "Aaron had a bad dream," she said. "I heard the commotion downstairs with the horses when you returned, so obviously I couldn't go back to sleep." She lifted the covers. "Care to join me, you big hunk of a man?" After some overdue catch-up time, Luke and Becky talked until midnight, huddled together as if the closeness could somehow protect them from what was coming. She listened as he explained the plan to preempt the inevitable Chinese attack. Playing devil's advocate, Becky raised valid concerns about repercussions and things that could go wrong, but in the end agreed it was their best course of action. "I'm not unhappy you won't be traveling to Portland, but I'm not sure that leading an attack on an enemy base was the outcome I was looking for. Won't the Albany people want their own officers leading the attack?" "Maybe, but either way I'll be joining them." "I know. I just wish it could be another way." The apartment was quiet in the pre-dawn darkness, the only light coming from a small lantern Luke had set on the kitchen bench. He moved carefully through the familiar space, his years as a messenger having taught him how to navigate silently, even in near darkness. His worn leather satchel was nearly full, ammunition for his pistol, medical supplies, dried meat, an extra knife, and the folded map Isaac had marked with their rendezvous points. He bumped his canteen off the counter with a plonking sound, but caught it before it hit the floor. He was mentally congratulating himself on being so quick and quiet when a little voice said, "Daddy?" He turned to see Elizabeth in the bedroom doorway. Her blonde hair stuck out in wild directions. In her right hand, she clutched a worn, stuffed rabbit missing one ear, a treasure Luke had found for her during a scavenging run 3 years ago. He set down the canteen and knelt, opening his arms. "Hey, Lizzie Bear, you're up early." She crossed to him with sleep-heavy steps, burrowing into his embrace. Her small body was warm against his chest, her head tucking perfectly beneath his chin. "Are you leaving again?" she asked, her voice muffled against his shirt. Luke closed his eyes briefly, holding her a little tighter. "Just for a little while. Important mission." "That's what you always say." Her words carried no accusation, just the simple observation of a child who had grown up in this reality, a father who disappeared regularly for sometimes long, but mostly short, periods of time. "I know, sweetheart," he murmured into her hair. "But I always come back, too, don't I?" She nodded against his chest. Movement in the doorway drew Luke's attention. Aaron stood there, already fully dressed, despite the early hour. At 9, his oldest daughter had taken on responsibility beyond her years, a common trait among children born after the collapse. Her dark hair was pulled back in a practical ponytail, her expression serious as she assessed the scene. Luke's heart ached a little. With every passing day, she more and more resembled Brooke. "Hi, Daddy. I made some trail mix yesterday," she said, bustling over to accept a one-armed hug and a kiss on the head, before heading to the kitchen and opening the pantry. She pulled out a small cloth bag tied with twine and handed it to him. Luke accepted the offering with a solemn nod, recognizing the gesture for what it was. Not just a snack, but his daughter's way of contributing to his mission, of helping to ensure his return. "Thank you, Captain Aaron." A smile flickered across her serious face, breaking through her composed demeanor. "Someone has to." Elizabeth suddenly squirmed out of his embrace and darted back toward the bedroom. "Wait," she called over her shoulder. "I forgot something." She disappeared into the bedroom briefly, her bare feet pattering on the cold floor, before returning with something clutched in her small fist. "This is for luck," she announced proudly, pressing an object into his palm. Luke looked down at a crudely carved wooden hook, about the size of an old half-dollar coin. He turned it over in his palm, his eyes widening. "Wow, where'd you get this?" "Samuel wibbled it," she explained matter-of-factly. Luke bit back a smile at her mispronunciation of whittled, his chest tightening with affection. He pocketed the charm with exaggerated care and dropped to his haunches, pulling her into a tight hug. Best luck I could ask for. Thank you, sweetie. Elizabeth beamed, clearly satisfied that she'd done her part to keep him safe. Becky appeared in the doorway, her dark hair loose around her shoulders, watching the exchange with a tender smile that didn't quite hide the worry in her eyes. She'd been beautiful when they'd first met, not long after the death of Brooke, but the years since had transformed that beauty into something more complex and resilient, etched with lines of both joy and hardship. "Girls," she said, her voice gentle but firm, "go get breakfast started. I need a minute with your father." Erin nodded, taking her sister's hand. "Come on, Lizzie. Let's see if we can find the honey for Dad's porridge." As the children's footsteps receded, Becky crossed to Luke, placing her hands flat against his chest, one over the pocket containing Elizabeth's carving. "I hate this part," she admitted quietly. "Which part?" Luke covered her hands with his. "The goodbye part. The not knowing when you'll be back part." She looked up at him, her green eyes direct and uncompromising. "The girls need you. I need you." Luke pulled her close, breathing in the scent of her hair, herbs from homemade shampoo mixed with something uniquely her. "I always come back." "Even when you leave parts behind," she murmured against his shoulder, her hand sliding down to where his prosthetic hook met his wrist. Luke tilted her chin up. "Minor details." She didn't smile. "Promise to be careful?" "Promise to trust my instincts," he quoted back to her, words she'd said to him before his first mission after losing his hand, "and to make getting home safely my priority." The tension in her shoulders eased slightly. She stood on tiptoe to kiss him, fierce and quick, then pulled back. "Good. Now come eat, before your daughters turn the kitchen into a science experiment." 4. Dawn was a wisp of gold on the horizon when Luke wheeled his motorcycle out of the garage beneath the Brady-Sullivan Tower. He'd stopped by Raglan's quarters on the way down to see if the drifter wanted to share a quick coffee before they went their separate ways. He'd knocked twice, then pushed open the unlocked door to find the small room empty. The bed was neatly made, and Raglan's few possessions were gone. His worn rucksack, his bow, the battered tin cup he carried everywhere. Only a bent nail in the wall where he'd hung his coat remained. Luke smiled and shook his head. Typical Raglan. No drawn-out goodbyes, no ceremony. Just there one moment and gone the next. They'd said what needed saying the night before anyway. The old man had never been one for sentiment, and probably would have refused a coffee with a grumble. "Safe travels," Luke murmured to the empty room before pulling the door shut. As he guided the motorcycle toward the tower's front parking bay, he spotted Isaac and Indigo waiting beside his family. Indigo carried a small package wrapped in oilcloth, while Isaac's face bore the weight of the previous night's planning and too little sleep. Still, the leader of Manchester straightened when he saw Luke, fatigue giving way to purpose. "Thought we'd see you off properly," Isaac said, stepping forward to clap a hand on Luke's shoulder. Indigo moved to stand beside him, offering the package. "Extra rations," she explained. "Those protein bars you like, plus a few of my dried apple rings. Might taste better than whatever Albany has to offer." Luke accepted the gift with a nod of thanks. "You two didn't have to get up this early." "Yes, we did," Indigo countered, her tone brooking no argument.
Family doesn't let family ride into danger without a proper goodbye.
Isaac's expression grew serious.
Don't take any chances out there, Luke. This is our chance for a decisive move.
Yes, boss, Luke said, and Isaac couldn't help but return his goofy grin as they shook hands. As he put the extra items in his satchel, Becky came down to the curb, Aaron and Elizabeth flanking her like miniature sentinels.
You sure you don't want to wait another day? She asked.
Her eyes reflected the same concern they had the night before, but also the same love and quiet strength that had sustained them both through countless challenges. No love. No time to lose. When he was ready, he bent the knee, and both girls ran in for a hug.
Please be careful,
Aaron whispered. Promise to be careful, he said.
Have you got your hook?
Asked Elizabeth. He patted the pocket under his jacket. Yes, sweetie, he said, giving his youngest a kiss on the forehead and rising. Becky stepped forward, grasping his face with both hands, her kiss lingering on his lips. Her eyes held his, conveying what words couldn't: her fear, her pride, her resolve.
You remember what I told you last night? She asked,
her voice barely above a whisper. He nodded, giving her hand a final squeeze. Trust my instincts.
Make it your mantra, along with, I must get home safely.
You bet. Isaac and Indigo came down after their private goodbyes were done.
We're counting on you to convince Albany. If they don't commit,
Isaac said. They will, Luke assured him. Lynn is practical. She'll see the sense in striking first. Indigo touched Isaac's arm gently.
Let him go, love. He knows what's at stake.
Isaac nodded, then surprised Luke by pulling him into a quick, fierce hug.
Watch your back out there, he said gruffly. Manchester needs you. We all do.
The unexpected display of emotion from Manchester's usually composed leader caught Luke off guard. He returned the embrace, understanding what wasn't being said, that with each passing day the danger to all of them grew, and that bonds of trust and loyalty were all they had in this broken world. Keep an eye on my girls, Luke said as they separated.
Always,
Isaac promised. He put a leg over his motorcycle and let his weight settle. The engine coughed once, twice, then roared to life, shattering the morning stillness. He patted the fuel tank affectionately. Luke blew kisses to his daughters, then with a final wink to Becky, pulled his helmet over his head and guided the motorcycle off the pavement and onto the asphalt, before gunning it, ignoring the lump in his throat as his family and their home receded in the rearview mirrors. Part 2. 5. The motorcycle roared beneath Luke as he pushed it to its limits, the engine's growl echoing through the abandoned stretches of what had once been Interstate 91. The machine was a pre-collapse Honda Africa twin DCT that he'd found a year before and spent months maintaining and modifying. He'd chosen it because it was automatic, even though he'd liked the Kawasaki model he found at the same time much more. His hook hand made it impossible to ride a manual with clutch on the left handle, so he'd settled for the Honda. Being a tinkerer, though, he had reinforced the suspension, expanded its fuel capacity, and hand-tooled brackets for carrying extra supplies. It wasn't pretty, with its mismatched panels and home-fabricated parts, but it was reliable, which mattered more than aesthetics in this world. The bike's suspension protested as he swerved around rusted husks of long-abandoned vehicles, taking the machine places it was never designed to go. 15 years ago, this highway would have been filled with commuters in air-conditioned comfort. Now, Nature reclaimed the asphalt inch by inch, tree saplings sprouting from cracks, vines crawling across lanes, and in some places, entire sections washed away by unchecked flooding. Sweat trickled down his back, despite the cool autumn air rushing past. The sun hung low in the sky, painting the horizon with streaks of orange and purple. He'd been riding for over 2 hours, stopping only to give his still horse-riding bruised backside a reprieve and to check his maps against landmarks that sometimes no longer existed. According to Isaac's estimates, a ride that took maybe just over 3 hours from Manchester to Albany in the before days would take about 5 to 6 hours now, given the necessity of reduced speed. But he figured the 200 fighters should be somewhere near the old Hampton rest area by now, still a day's march from Albany, but close enough for Luke to intercept sometime after noon. As he crested a hill, Luke downshifted and let the bike coast to a stop. The engine's growl subsided to a purr, and he pulled off his helmet, allowing him to hear the natural sounds around him, birds and the rustle of wind through autumn that cooled his sweat-soaked hair. In the valley below, a telltale wisp of smoke rose from a clearing surrounded by trees. He gunned the bike and sped down the slope, a minute later screeching to a stop beside the overgrown edge of the road. Young saplings and scrub hadn't quite covered the entrance of a small rest area. Luke switched off the bike and walked over the soft ground, discovering several extinguished campfires. One was still smoking. Sloppy, he thought, but not a fatal error. There was nothing else of note besides a rusting children's swing and a crumbling, vine-covered, cinder-block bathroom. He stomped the fire out completely and then relieved himself behind a tree before remounting the Honda and resuming his journey. 30 minutes later, the road emerged from dense forest into what had once been farmland. The fields were now overgrown, nature steadily reclaiming what humanity had abandoned. But the openness gave Luke a clear view of the horizon. In the distance, moving steadily along the remains of the highway, he spotted them, a long column of fighters on foot, Manchester's forward force. Luke gunned the motorcycle, the engine roaring as he cut across a field to intercept the column. As he approached, he could see the point team react, weapons raised, signals passed back through the ranks. 2 men broke from the main group, moving to intercept him, rifles ready, but not yet aimed. He slowed to a stop 100 yards from them, raising his hand. The scouts approached cautiously, one covering while the other advanced. "Identify yourself," the lead scout called, a woman, whose stance displayed the confidence of someone who knew how to use the weapon in her hands. He lowered his hand and switched off the bike, then calmly reached up to pull off his helmet. His right hand did most of the work, with the hook where his left hand used to be, braced against the underside edge, guiding it up and over his face with practiced ease. Her eyes widened in recognition, and she lowered her rifle slightly. "Sorry, Luke. We weren't expecting you." "That's all right, Chloe. Good to see you're on your toes. Where's Nathan?"
"Messenger Reeves is at the head of the column. Oh, wait, here he comes. I see him," she said.
Luke saw a compact, muscular figure jogging toward them along the right flank of the troop. He hopped off the bike and began wheeling towards the fighters, flanked by Chloe and her partner, a kid of about 20 whose name he didn't know. "Well, if it isn't the original messenger himself," Reeves said, extending a hand. "Didn't expect to see you out here."
"Hey, Nathan," Luke said, shaking his hand. "Didn't expect to be here either, but some things have come up. We need to talk."
"Sure thing. Chloe, can you take Ed and set up the command tent at the front of the column ASAP?"
Luke regarded his former trainee, noting the dark beard that now framed the face and the fresh scar that bisected his left eyebrow. The responsibilities of command seemed to suit him, evident in the way he carried himself.
"Yes, sir."
With Nathan Reeves beside him, Luke navigated the motorcycle around the rear of the troop and towards the front, nodding sporadically to faces he recognized. "Looks like leadership has grown on you, along with that fuzz on your face," said Luke, grinning. Nathan stroked his beard, which was actually quite a healthy, dark example. "Are you challenging me to a beard-off? Because yours is looking a little scraggly." Luke laughed. "No, I have no chance. Seriously, though, how have you been?" "Good. Not really missing the trail, if I'm honest." A week before, the messengers had been called home for the foreseeable future, their skill as fighters and trackers recognized as a must-have until the issue with Catskill and the Chinese was settled. Reeves had been home on furlough at the time, so was amongst the first to be assigned new duties. "Water?" the younger man offered, as they arrived at the supply cart. Luke patted the donkey absently. "Yes, please," said Luke, and gestured to his scar. "Picked up a souvenir, I see." Reeves touched it self-consciously as he watched the flurry of activity 20 yards away. The tent was already taking shape. "Well, I'd like to say I picked it up doing something heroic, like taking on a gang of cannibals or fighting a bear. But the truth is, I split it open on a tree branch on my way to take a whiz in the dark." Luke chuckled. "It happens. Did I ever tell you about the time I broke my big toe playing soccer with my girls? Put me out of action for 2 weeks. Hurt worse than this," he said, raising his hook. Reeves took a few minutes to issue orders for the company to stand down and take the opportunity to have lunch, and 10 minutes later the two men entered the tent alone and sat at the folding table and chairs that had been hastily laid out. "How's the company holding up?" "We are making good time." Reeves gestured to the map now spread on the table. "Should reach the Albany outskirts by tomorrow evening. Unless you have something else in mind, of course." Luke nodded. He pulled Isaac's authorization from his jacket. "I'm taking this to Albany as soon as we're done here. There's been a change of plans. New intelligence came in yesterday, after you left." Reeves accepted the document, brow furrowing as he read. "A Chinese base at Castleton. That close to Albany. That's why I'm here. Isaac wants us to divert to Niverville instead of continuing to Albany." Luke tapped a location on the map, about 15 miles southeast of the marked Chinese position. "It's the perfect staging area for what we're planning." "Which is?" "A coordinated attack on the base while it's being established." Luke traced paths on the map as he continued. "I'll be heading to Albany to organize their forces for an assault from the north. Your force, combined with reinforcements that Ben is bringing from Ashland, will form the eastern attack force." "Niverville," he mused, finger tracing the route. "That puts us in striking distance, but far enough away to avoid early detection. Good choice." Luke was pleasantly surprised by the lack of resistance to the change in plans. "You don't seem bothered about the diversion." Reeves shrugged. "Plans change. The goal was always to help Albany against the Chinese threat. If that means hitting them directly instead of reinforcing the city, so be it." A wry smile crossed his face. "Besides, I've learned from experience that when you show up with a different plan, it's usually for a good reason." Luke returned the smile, recalling their shared history, particularly when on Reeves' final training mission before he became a fully fledged messenger, Luke had decided to pay for the night in a crowded saloon in a backwater town, rather than camp on the sodden ground in a forest. It had been raining for 13 hours straight, and he'd had no argument from Reeves. Of course, while they were warming themselves in front of a fire with the aid of a bottle of whiskey, a group of 4 men, drunk and spoiling for a fight, had taken offense to something Luke had said. The next day, neither of them could recall what it was, and a fight had ensued. Reeves had tried to defuse the situation at first, but when the first punch was thrown, Luke had his back in an instant, and within moments a fist fight with the 4 men turned into an all-out brawl, as the gang's friends and half the saloon piled in. Chairs shattered, bottles flew, and by the time the dust settled, they were bruised and battered and barely standing. But so was everyone else. "What's the timeline?" Reeves asked, pulling Luke back to the present. 3 days, Luke said. Ben should arrive with 300 marauders within the next 48 hours. The attack is set for dawn, the day after they arrive. What intelligence do we have on their weaponry, their command structure? Luke pulled out another folded paper from his jacket, a copy of Albany's latest scout report. Not as much as I'd like, but enough to plan. They have vehicles, probably some heavy weapons, around 200 men. Nothing on their command structure. Niverville is here, about 20 miles southeast. We can reach it late tonight if we adjust our route now. That works. You'll be under cover of darkness. Unless they have drones in the air with infrared, you should remain undetected. Drones? Have you heard something? No. But be watchful for any eventuality. As we understand it, Howe is not sanctioned to even be this side of the Hudson, so I hope, that his access to resources is limited. Let's hope one of the resources he's short on is drones. So you're heading to Albany? Reeves asked. Yes, I'll be heading there directly, Luke explained, to secure their commitment, which I don't think will be a problem, and then to help coordinate their side of the offensive. Reeves nodded. All right. Well, if there's nothing else, I'd like to make a start. 10 minutes later, Luke was riding away, leaving the troop that Reeves had just lit a fire under behind, as he set course for Albany. 6. The morning sun cast long shadows across Ashland Central Square as Ben traced their planned route on the worn maps spread across the hood of a battered Jeep. The settlement had changed dramatically since his last visit. Gone were the makeshift barricades and haphazard tents that had once characterized the marauders' camp. In their place stood proper buildings, reinforced walls, and civic order that would have been unthinkable under Ash's brutal leadership. If we follow the old Route 22, we can make it to Albany in 2 days, Ben said, finger tracing the path. The bridge here was washed out last spring, but our scouts report that the river's low enough to ford at this point. Decker leaned in, studying the route with a critical eye. He had become leader of the marauders after Jared, the successor to Ash, had been killed in a skirmish with a cannibal gang a year before. The former leader's lieutenant had thrived in his new role, continuing Jared's work of transforming what had once been little more than a raider camp into a true settlement. He was leaner than Ben remembered, the wild beard that had once concealed much of his face now neatly trimmed, but the calculating intelligence in his eyes remained unchanged. We could push harder, make it in a day and a half, Decker suggested. Some of my people know a shortcut through these hills that trims off about 10 miles. Max, who had been quiet during the exchange, stepped forward eagerly. A shortcut would be good. Dad said every hour counts. Ben glanced at the boy. No, not a boy anymore, he corrected himself. Max had grown tall over the past year, gangly limbs hinting at the man he was becoming. It was shocking to think that Max was now the same age as Isaac had been when America fell. Shorter distance doesn't always mean faster travel, Ben cautioned, especially with 300 fighters and supply wagons. Decker nodded in acknowledgement. Fair point. But my scouts checked it recently. The path is rough, but passable, even for our wagons. He turned, gesturing toward the assembled fighters gathering in the square. Besides, these aren't the undisciplined raiders you knew before. They become proper soldiers, organized, efficient. Ben had to admit it was true. The marauders had transformed almost as dramatically as their settlement. Where once there had been a collection of vicious opportunists united only by fear of Ash, now stood a cohesive fighting force. While not standardized, The armor, pieced together from scavenged materials, was marked on the shoulders with Ashland's new emblem, a yellow arrow. Ashland's 3 most senior captains joined them at the jeep, each responsible for 100 fighters in the expeditionary force. Ben recognized 2 from previous visits: Carter, a stoic woman with a network of scars across her neck, and Alvarez, a man in his early 20s who towered even over Luke, who at 6'4" was the tallest man in Manchester. Not only was Alvarez tall, but he'd filled out since their last encounter, his once lean frame now packed with thick muscle. Broad shoulders stretched the material of his t-shirt, and his arms had the dense, corded look of someone who had spent months training. The third was new to him, a wiry man whose dark skin contrasted with startlingly pale eyes.
"This is Reagan," Decker said,
nodding toward him.
"Came to us about a year ago from what was left of Providence. Before the collapse, he was in the Sea Cadets Falcon Division. Trained hard, prepping for a military career right out of high school. That training stuck. He's been damn useful ever since."
They shook hands. "Heard a lot about Manchester. About you and Luke and Isaac, too," Reagan said, his voice unexpectedly soft. "Good to meet you, Reagan. Isaac and Luke are both from Rhode Island. I imagine they'd enjoy an update sometime." Then he addressed all 3 captains, explaining the situation with Decker's input. "Once we reach Albany," he concluded, "we'll be under their command structure for the defense of the city. Will your people be fine with that?"
"They'll follow orders,"
Carter assured him, her raspy voice the result of an old injury.
"Most of them have family here now. Homes. They understand what's at stake."
300 of Ashland's best," Alvarez added enthusiastically. "Ready to move out within the hour." Ben, more than satisfied with how the negotiations had gone, was about to respond when a commotion at the settlement's eastern gate caught everyone's attention. Shouts echoed across the square as the gates swung open, revealing a lone rider pushing a lathered horse to its limits. The animal's flanks were dark with sweat, its breath coming in ragged gasps as the rider urged it forward into the square.
"Manchester colors,"
Max said, squinting at the blue and white band on the rider's arm. Ben's pulse quickened as he recognized the slender figure slumped in the saddle.
"That's Samuel."
He moved quickly, intercepting the horse as Samuel practically fell from the saddle, legs buckling after what must have been hours of hard riding. Ben caught him before he hit the ground, surprised at how light the young man felt despite his height.
"Dad,"
Samuel gasped, the youth's face pale with exhaustion.
"Isaac sent me. Urgent."
Samuel fumbled inside his jacket, producing a piece of rolled paper. His hands trembled slightly, whether from fatigue or emotion, Ben couldn't tell. The past few weeks had been brutal for Samuel. Losing Cade had hollowed him out, left him drifting through Manchester like a ghost. Now, though, his eyes held a spark of purpose that had been missing since the funeral.
"Catch your breath, Sam,"
Ben said to his stepson, guiding him to a nearby bench. "When did you leave Manchester?"
"Before dawn,"
Samuel managed, accepting a canteen from Max.
"Rode straight through. Only stopped twice to rest the horse."
Ben did the mental calculation. Nearly 8 hours in the saddle. A punishing journey that would have tested even an experienced rider, let alone a teenager still raw from grief.
"Isaac wanted me,"
Samuel added proudly, as if reading Ben's thoughts.
"Said I was the fastest rider they had."
Ben nodded. "And your mum was okay with it?"
"Yeah."
He understood Diana's reasoning, even if he might have disagreed had he been there. She'd have reasoned that Samuel needed purpose to snap out of his depression, and based on the bright look in his eyes, the mission had given him exactly that. Decker had approached, concern evident on his face.
"Get this man some food,"
he ordered a nearby resident.
"And see to his horse."
Ben unrolled the paper. As he read Isaac's terse instructions, his expression shifted from concentration to surprise. and finally settled into grim determination.
"What is it?"
Max asked, watching Ben's face closely. Ben handed the message to Decker, then turned to the captains who had gathered around.
"Change of plans. We're not heading to Albany."
"We're not?" Max asked, confusion evident in his voice.
"No. We're going to a place called Niverville, about 30 miles southeast of Albany."
Ben pointed to the approximate location on the map.
"The Chinese have established a new base between Albany and Catskill at Castleton. Isaac wants us to join Manchester's forces for a direct assault on the base."
Murmurs ran through the gathered leaders. Alvarez was the first to speak.
"An attack rather than defense. I'm down for that."
"It could be suicide,"
Carter countered, her scarred face creasing with concern.
"Those Chinese troops will be well equipped, well trained. We'd be outnumbered."
"Not necessarily," Ben explained, laying out Isaac's plan. 200 Manchester fighters are already on their way to Niverville. We'll join them with our 300. Meanwhile, Luke is heading to Albany to secure their support for a coordinated attack from the north. If we hit them from 2 directions while they're still establishing their base,
we catch them with their pants down. Reagan finished, a hint of approval in his deep voice. Classic pincer movement. Max's face had lit up with enthusiasm.
"This is better than just reinforcing Albany. We're taking the fight to them."
Decker studied the map thoughtfully, fingers tracing the paths from Ashland to Niverville, then to the Chinese base.
"The timing would have to be perfect," he mused. "If Albany doesn't commit their forces, or if either attack force is delayed." "Isaac wouldn't propose this if he didn't think it could work," Ben asserted. "And Luke will convince Albany. He has a way with words when it matters."
The captains exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of concern and calculation. Ben could see the wheels turning, assessing risks, weighing options, imagining scenarios.
3 days, Ben continued. "That's how long we have to reach Niverville and prepare. The attack is scheduled for dawn on the 4th day." 3 days is tight, but doable," Decker confirmed after a moment's consideration. "If we push hard and take that shortcut I mentioned."
Carter still looked skeptical.
"And if this goes wrong? If we're walking into a trap?"
"Then we adapt," Ben replied simply. "But doing nothing isn't an option. If the Chinese establish that base fully, they'll be in position to strike Albany, and after that, it's a clear path to Manchester and Ashland."
Decker's eyes met Ben's, a silent understanding passing between them.
"My people will follow you," he said finally. "We owe Manchester a debt that can never truly be repaid. After what Isaac did, giving us a second chance when he could have wiped us out."
He let the sentence hang unfinished.
"We're not calling in debts," Ben assured him. "We're fighting for all our futures."
A slow smile spread across Decker's face.
"Been a while since my people saw real action. Patrols and gang hunting don't exactly scratch that itch."
He turned to his captains.
"Carter, Alvarez, Rhodes. Prepare your units for immediate departure. Traveling light, but with enough ammunition for a serious engagement. Standard rations, double water."
As the captains moved off to relay orders, Samuel rose shakily to his feet.
"Should I go back to Manchester?"
Ben placed a firm hand on his shoulder.
"Not yet. You and your horse both need rest. I'll have Decker's people put you up for the night, and you can ride back in the morning." "Or I could come with you," Samuel suggested,
although the look on his face wasn't hopeful. Ben's expression softened, but he shook his head firmly.
"No, Sam. You and Max will both return to Manchester tomorrow."
Max, who had been listening nearby, stepped forward in protest.
"What? But I came all this way and was supposed to be going to Albany with you." "Sorry, it's your dad's orders, Max," Ben said, holding up the letter. "You understand why. This will be a much more dangerous venture, not just defense of a city. You're both to go back to Manchester. They'll need every able body available if we don't manage to stop the Chinese.
Understand?" Max looked crestfallen, but Samuel simply nodded, too exhausted to argue, before his expression changed dramatically.
"I nearly forgot," he said. "Isaac said to tell you that he's sending a messenger to Portland to ask for help from the Brotherhood," Samuel added, swaying slightly where he stood.
"Ah, I wondered if he was going to go through with that plan, now that he's diverted Luke to Albany."
"The Brotherhood?"
Max's eyes widened.
"Are things that bad?"
"Serious enough," Ben confirmed grimly. "General Howe isn't just another raider or slaver. He's building a strong presence, something that could threaten everything we've built." Across the square, the Marauder units were already mobilizing with impressive efficiency. Supply wagons were being loaded, weapons checked, ammunition distributed. Ben found himself oddly moved by the sight. These people who had once terrorized the region, now preparing to defend it. Decker returned to Ben's side, handing him a mug of strong black coffee.
"We'll be ready to move out in 30 minutes. My best scouts are already plotting the fastest route to Niverville."
"That's remarkably fast," Ben admitted. Decker's expression turned solemn.
"We've been expecting something like this for months. The reports from our long-range scouts have been troubling. Increased Chinese activity all through the Hudson Valley. We've been preparing just in case."
At Ben's request, Decker had his wife, Ellen, see Samuel to quarters, and gave instructions that both boys and their horses were to be looked after until they left in the morning. Ben thanked him, a new respect for the former lieutenant taking root. Decker had clearly grown into his leadership role, thinking beyond immediate needs to long-term security, but also taking care of the small stuff. Max had gone to help the Marauders load their gear when Samuel had gone to rest, and came back when they were done, excitement evident in his rapid movements.
"I just helped the quartermaster load the explosives,"
he reported eagerly.
"They've got enough to blow half that Chinese base to Kingdom Come."
"Maybe," Ben said, "but this isn't going to be like the stories. Real battles can be messy, unpredictable."
Max nodded. "I know, but I think we've got this."
Ben squeezed the young man's shoulder. "I hope so. Your mission is to get home safe with Samuel, though. Will you be okay, or do you want me to ask Decker to send along—"
"We'll be fine, Uncle Ben."
"All right. Leave it first light. Don't overdo it. Even at a slow pace, you should get back before sunset."
"Yes, sir."
10 minutes later, Ben rode out with the Marauder army. It was quite a sight, with the jeep, powered by fuel refined in Concord, leading the column, towing a trailer packed to the brim with explosives and weaponry, and followed by a 300-strong contingent of men and women armed with a chaotic assortment of arms. He gave a final wave to Max and Samuel, who had awoken when he'd kissed the top of his head, and spurred his horse to fall in beside the jeep. Ben was just thinking it would be a tedious journey when Decker stood up in the back seat of the jeep and yelled,
"All right, you laggards. Double time."
A loud "double time" went up from the troops as the jeep picked up speed with a jolt, fast enough that Ben had to urge his mount into a canter. Dawn light filtered through a canopy of autumn leaves as Daniel Bowman crawled beneath the hollow of a fallen oak. His makeshift tourniquet, once a belt, now crusted with dried blood, constricted his thigh. His breathing came in shallow, labored gasps that condensed in the morning chill. Every inch of progress was a battle against his failing body. He had survived 4 nights since the waking up. 4 nights of fever dreams where that shotgun pressed to his forehead fired, followed by 4 days of wondering why he wasn't dead. From a small leather pouch at his side, he retrieved wild garlic and yarrow he'd gathered the previous evening. The herbal knowledge drilled into him during Special Forces training had saved his life more than once since America fell. Now it might be all that stood between him and sepsis. With trembling fingers, he loosened the tourniquet. Fresh blood immediately seeped from the wound, bright against the blackened edges where infection threatened. Working quickly, Bowman placed the herbs between two flat stones and crushed them together, creating a pungent paste that stung his nostrils.
Basic field medicine,
he muttered through gritted teeth, his voice rough from disuse.
Clean the wound, pack it, survive another day.
He splashed the last of his canteen water over the ragged hole in his thigh, then scooped the herbal mixture onto the injury. White-hot pain lanced through him as the garlic's natural antibiotics made contact with raw flesh. He stifled a scream, biting down so hard on his leather glove that his teeth nearly punched through. When the initial shock subsided, he carefully reapplied the tourniquet, cinching it tight enough to slow the bleeding, but loose enough to allow some circulation. His hand shook violently as he secured the buckle.
Won't die here,
he growled, reaching for a sturdy oak branch he'd been fashioning into a walking stick. He'd carved notches near the top for a better grip and filed the bottom end to a point, both walking aid and potential weapon. The simple act of standing consumed nearly all his remaining strength. Leaning heavily on the stick, he emerged from his shelter, scanning the forest clearing. He couldn't afford to be careless. When he was satisfied the area was clear, he oriented himself using the rising sun and began his excruciating journey west, toward Manchester, his closest chance of survival. By midday, the forest gave way to an overgrown stream bed. Bowman's progress had slowed to a painful shuffle, each step sending jolts of agony through his leg. The stick sank into the soft mud along the bank, nearly toppling him with every uncertain placement. The water gurgled invitingly. His parched throat constricted at the sound. He'd finished his last water hours ago, his mouth now dry as dust. He attempted to kneel at the stream's edge, but his legs were too weak, and he fell face first into the shallow water with a splash that echoed through the quiet landscape. For a moment, he didn't move, the cold of the water shocking him into paralysis. A part of him, the part that had endured days of pain and fever, whispered that it would be easier to just let go, to stay submerged and let the cold water fill his lungs, to finally rest. Bowman's fist clenched around a handful of mud.
On your feet, soldier,
he snarled to himself, his father's drill instructor voice echoing in his memory.
Mission's not complete.
With a groan that seemed torn from the depths of his soul, he pushed himself up. Water streamed from his matted hair and beard as he cupped his hands, bringing the cold liquid to his mouth on his terms. He drank deeply, feeling strength return in small increments. After filling his canteen, he used the stream to clean his wound properly for the first time, hissing as the cold water washed away pus and dead tissue. Later, after he had dried somewhat, he repacked the poultice and rose to his feet again, weak but strangely invigorated. The days blended together in a haze of pain and determination. Bowman ate berries and grubs, slept in abandoned structures when he could find them, a rusted-out car one night, a collapsing garden shed the next. When shelter wasn't available, he made do with whatever cover the landscape provided, always alert, even in his exhausted state. Each morning he treated his wound with whatever medicinal plants he could identify: plantain leaves, echinacea, more garlic when he was lucky enough to find it growing wild in what had once been someone's garden. He fashioned crude bandages from strips of his increasingly tattered shirt. As he set out on the 7th morning, he carved another notch on his walking stick. 6 nights since he woke. The marks weren't just a calendar. They were proof he was still alive, still fighting. 7. Afternoon light filtered through the tall, grimy windows of Albany's former city hall, casting long shadows across the war room. What had once been a chamber for bureaucratic debates over zoning regulations and tax rates now served as the nerve center for Albany's defense. The ornate wooden table dominating the center of the room, a relic from more dignified times, was now covered with maps, scout reports, and the grim arithmetic of survival. Haley Lynn stood at the head of the table, her compact frame radiating intensity as she leaned forward, palms flat against the worn wood. At 43, she carried herself with the hard-won authority of someone who had fought for everything she had. Her dark hair, streaked with premature gray, was pulled back in a practical knot, and the scar that ran from her left temple to her jawline stood out starkly against her skin in the harsh light.
Here, here, and here, she said,
jabbing her finger at 3 separate locations on the map of Castleton.
In the past week alone, they've established guard towers, and our scouts have spotted at least 2 heavy machine gun emplacements being installed yesterday.
The 7 other council members leaned in to study the marked positions. Some nodded grimly. Others exchanged concerned glances.
Every day we wait is another day they fortify,
Haley continued, her voice steady but urgent. She slid a grainy but recognizable satellite image across the table. This was Albany's most treasured technological asset, a pre-collapse military satellite uplink that still functioned intermittently, providing them with surveillance capabilities no other settlement in the region possessed.
This image from yesterday shows supply convoys arriving. They're not just camping there, they're building something permanent, and it's within easy striking distance of our city.
Across the table, Chad Harmon straightened. He had the face of a 26-year-old petulant schoolboy, a chubby-cheeked bully. That's in fact what he was, Haley thought. He still hadn't gotten over losing the election to her, and persisted in calling her a newcomer, even though she had been there more than 10 years now. The other name he had for her, the Chinese bitch, he didn't use anymore. Not since he'd made the mistake of using it in front of her, and she'd put him on his ass with a right hook to the jaw in front of the council.
"And what would you have us do, Madam President?"
he asked, his voice carrying the faint undertone of mockery it always held when he used her title.
"March our forces straight into their guns? The Chinese have at least 700 troops, possibly more. We might have more fighters, but barely 1 gun per every 3rd person."
Lynn met his cold stare unflinchingly.
I would have us strike before they're fully established. Hit their supply lines, disrupt their construction, force them to defend a position that isn't ready yet.
"With what objective?"
Harmon challenged.
"Even if we manage to bloody their nose, which I find optimistic, we can't hold that territory. We'd take casualties we can't afford, only to stir their anger and have them strike harder."
Murmurs of both agreement and disagreement rippled around the table. The council was clearly divided, just as it had been for the last 3 meetings.
The objective isn't territory,
Haley explained, barely containing her frustration at having to repeat arguments she'd made repeatedly.
It's time. Disrupting their establishment buys us time to strengthen our position, seek allies, prepare for the larger conflict that's coming, whether we want it or not.
Connie Rivera, Albany's chief doctor, who had trained at Concord with Colonel Randall's medical staff after the ceasefire, spoke up.
I share the president's concerns about the Chinese base, but Harmon raises valid points about our numbers. If we commit our forces to an offensive and take heavy losses, our ability to defend Albany itself would be compromised.
Exactly. Chad Harmon seized on the support.
The sensible approach is to strengthen our defenses here, continue monitoring their activities, and respond when we have a clearer picture of their intentions. Their intentions are already clear.
Haley Lynn countered, frustration edging into her voice. She straightened, looking each council member in the eye as she continued.
General Howe didn't march 700 troops up the Hudson to pick berries. He's establishing a forward base for further expansion.
Lynn's personal history was familiar to everyone at the table. She had witnessed firsthand the Chinese military's expansion into the power vacuum of the American Southwest after the collapse. Her father had become a legendary resistance figure, harassing the invaders until he was shot down. Haley had escaped east with a small group of survivors, carrying both her father's tactical knowledge and his fierce determination to resist further incursions onto American soil. The group had been a valuable addition to Albany, with several members now officers in the Albany Defense Force, including Jack Monahan, who was the leader of the ragtag force.
With respect, Madam President,
Harmon said, his tone suggesting the opposite of respect.
Your personal history, while tragic, may be coloring your strategic assessment. What happened in Texas 15 years ago isn't necessarily what's happening here.
Lynn's eyes flashed dangerously. But before she could respond, Counselor Kieran Davis, the newest member of the group, cleared his throat.
Let's put it to a vote, then. We've been debating this for 3 days without resolution.
He adjusted his spectacles, peering at his colleagues.
Those in favor of the President's proposal for a preemptive strike against the Castleton base.
Lynn raised her hand immediately, joined by Counselors Davis, Smith, and Okafor. 4 votes.
Those in favor of Counselor Harmon's defensive approach.
Harmon raised his hand, joined by Counselors Rivera, Walsh, and Montgomery. Also 4 votes. Lynn frowned.
Where's Captain Monahan?
Still leading the scouts in circles, I believe, Harmon replied with a thin smile.
Which means we remain deadlocked. With procedure dictating we maintain current posture until a majority decision is reached.
Haley's jaw tightened. Jack was her strongest supporter on the council, but he'd been away every few days on the missions gathering the valuable intel they now had.
This is precisely how Catskill fell,
Haley said quietly, her voice carrying despite its softness.
Not through direct defeat, but through indecision. We sat on our hands when we first heard the reports they were infiltrating. Now they own the town and are coming for us. This is death by committee.
Harmon leaned forward, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the edge of the table.
And rushing headlong into battle without adequate preparation is how our people get slaughtered. I've commanded in the field, Madam President. Have you?
The tension in the room thickened. Several counselors shifted uncomfortably in their seats, aware they were witnessing more than a strategic disagreement. This was the latest battle in the ongoing war between Lynn and Harmon, between leadership that had welcomed agreements and sought alliances with other settlements, and the isolationist faction that believed Albany should focus solely on its own security. A sharp knock at the door interrupted the standoff. Haley called for the visitor to enter, not taking her eyes off Harmon. A scout entered, still dusty from the road, and saluted.
Madam President, counselors, urgent report from our southern watchers. Speak,
Lynn ordered.
A substantial force is moving north along Route 9, not Chinese. They're flying Manchester's colors. At least 200 fighters moving at a steady pace. They should reach our southern border by tomorrow morning at their current speed.
The announcement sent a ripple of surprise through the room. Haley Lynn's expression shifted from anger to confusion, then calculated interest.
Manchester?
Rivera asked, leaning forward.
Have they sent word about this? Do we know why they're coming? No, Counselor,
the scout replied.
No messengers, no advance warning. But they're moving in an organized column, not a raiding formation.
Harmon's face darkened with suspicion.
Why would Manchester send fighters without notifying us first?
This is troubling. Perhaps they've digested the same information we shared about the Chinese base differently to us, Lin suggested. I, for one, am grateful that they're coming to offer support. You don't know that's what they're about. Perhaps they have their own agenda, Harmon countered. We haven't formally requested assistance. We should view any uninvited military force approaching our territory as a possible threat. Lin shook her head. Manchester has been our closest ally for years. Isaac wouldn't send fighters without good reason, and certainly not with hostile intent.
Even if they are coming to offer support, Davis observed, glancing around the table. With Manchester's fighters, we'd well and truly outnumber the Chinese in that base. Harmon wasn't placated.
That still doesn't make an offensive viable. We'd need coordination, joint planning, a unified command structure. All things that take time we don't have if they're arriving tomorrow.
Another knock at the door, this one more urgent. A different scout entered before Lin could respond, her expression tense.
Madam President, we've just received word from our Eastern Watch. A single motorbike rider approaching from the southeast, moving fast.
She hesitated.
The rider is wearing the blue and white of Manchester. Captain Monahan has gone to intercept him.
This news elicited even stronger reactions.
A messenger.
Haley's surprise was evident.
Coming ahead of their forces? This does look more like a coordinated move than random coincidence,
Counselor Smith noted, speaking up for the first time.
I suspect we'll soon learn their intentions for sending the troops.
Harmon's expression remained suspicious.
Maybe they're facing a threat of their own and seeking our help, not offering theirs.
Haley turned back to the table, a new determination in her posture.
Speculation gets us nowhere. I suggest we pause this debate until we hear what this messenger has to say.
She addressed the scout.
Have Captain Monahan bring him directly to the council when he arrives.
Harmon looked like he wanted to object, clearly nonplussed at the thought of another vote while Monahan was present. But even he couldn't deny the logic of waiting for potentially crucial information. He gave a stiff nod.
We'll reconvene when Jack gets here,
Lin continued.
In the meantime, I want our forces on alert status. If Manchester has committed fighters to our cause, we need to be ready to act decisively.
As the council members began to gather their papers, Lin caught Harmon watching her with narrowed eyes. She met his gaze steadily, understanding the unspoken message. This wasn't over. The arrival of Manchester forces might tip the balance in favor of action, but the deeper conflict between their visions for Albany's future would continue. Haley remained at the table after the others had filed out, studying the map of Castleton once more. The Chinese base was growing daily, its threat looming larger with each passing hour. Manchester's arrival was promising, but she couldn't shake the feeling that they were already behind in a race they couldn't afford to lose. The memory of the attack and burning of Camp Lisa back in Texas flashed in her mind. There was no doubt General Howe was following a playbook she recognized all too well. The only piece missing was a traitor, like the one he'd planted in their midst. Or was it? Her thoughts turned to Harmon. No, she thought. A feckless bully, no doubt. But a traitor? She didn't think so. Her finger tapped the map where the Chinese base was marked.
Not here,
she murmured to the empty room.
Not on my watch.
8. The thud of arrows striking targets and the clatter of wooden practice weapons echoed across Manchester's training yard as Isaac moved between groups of fighters, adjusting stances and demonstrating techniques. The afternoon sun beat down on the dusty space that had once been a parking lot for the Brady-Sullivan Tower, but now served as the primary training ground for Manchester's defense force. To the east of the yard, a line of young archers loosed arrows at straw targets. At the far end, a smaller group practiced with throwing knives and makeshift spears, aiming at painted circles on plywood sheets. In the center, where Isaac currently supervised, Pairs of teenagers worked on close-quarter combat with training batons and wooden knives.
"Wait on your back foot, Ethan,"
Isaac instructed, tapping a gangly 16-year-old's heel with his staff.
"You're overextending. When you lunge like that, you're off balance. A Chinese soldier would have you on the ground in seconds."
The boy nodded earnestly, sweat dripping from his brow as he reset his position and tried the movement again. This time his wooden knife connected with his partner's ribs at the proper angle, without leaving him vulnerable to a counterattack.
"Better,"
Isaac affirmed, moving on to the next pair. At the far end of the yard, 4 of Manchester's precious rifles were being used for marksmanship training, the shots carefully rationed to 3 per trainee. Ammunition was far too scarce to waste. Most of Manchester's fighters would never use firearms in battle. There simply weren't enough to go around. Instead, they focused on weapons they could craft themselves: bows, spears, knives, and clubs, supplemented by the dwindling supply of pre-collapse firearms reserved for their best marksmen.
"This is pointless,"
muttered a young man named Garrett, loud enough for Isaac to hear as he approached the archery line.
"The Chinese have automatic weapons, body armor. What good is a bow and arrow going to do against that?"
Isaac paused, sensing the undercurrent of fear beneath the boy's bravado. Several other trainees had stopped to listen, the same question evident in their eyes.
"A well-placed arrow will kill a man just as dead as a bullet,"
Isaac replied evenly, taking a bow from the rack. He nocked an arrow, drew, and released in one fluid motion. The shaft buried itself in the center of a target 30 yards away.
"And unlike bullets, we can easily make more arrows and recover them after a battle."
He handed the bow back to Garrett.
"The Chinese have better weapons, yes, but weapons alone don't win wars. The Marauders had better weapons than we did, once. So did the Brotherhood."
He gestured around at the training yard.
"We're still here. They learned to respect Manchester the hard way." "But this is different," Garrett persisted. "These aren't just raiders. They're trained soldiers, and that's why we train too,"
Isaac acknowledged.
"That's why we learn to use everything at our disposal. That's why we practice until these movements become instinct."
He addressed the entire group now.
"Most importantly, that's why we don't fight alone. Manchester, Albany, Ashland. Together we have the numbers to overwhelm superior weaponry with strategy and coordinated attacks."
The doubt didn't entirely leave Garrett's face, but he nodded and resumed his stance at the archery line. Isaac continued his circuit, stopping to watch a kid called Kane Rand as he practiced defensive maneuvers with heavy rubber throwing knives against a big man a few years older. Luke had saved the boy and his family 5 years before, and the now 16-year-old idolized his friend. The boy had Luke's focus and quick reflexes, managing to deflect 3 consecutive attacks despite his opponent's greater strength.
"Good instincts, Kane," Isaac called out. "But remember, defense alone won't win a fight. Look for your opening after the 3rd block."
The boy nodded, his face serious beyond his years as he adjusted his strategy. 20 teenagers and young adults had assembled for today's session, many of them too young to remember the world before. They had known only the harsh realities of survival in the aftermath, growing up in a world where combat skills weren't optional luxuries, but essential knowledge. Looking at their determined faces, Isaac felt both pride and a deep sadness that such young people had to train for battle instead of focusing on the carefree pursuits of the old world. A month ago, these training sessions had been routine exercises, part of Manchester's ongoing preparation for the regular threats any settlement in the unoccupied East faced: raiders, desperate refugees turned violent, the occasional power-hungry warlord. Now, with the Chinese presence expanding at Catskill, every session carried a new urgency. These young people might soon be Manchester's last line of defense if the offensive failed. Isaac had just begun demonstrating a disarming technique when the southeastern gate of the training yard burst open. Peace and Aaron rushed in, their faces flushed with exertion and excitement. The two girls, inseparable friends despite their age difference, skidded to a halt in front of him, both talking at once.
"Isaac, you have to come," Peace began. "The bridge, something's happened."
Aaron overlapped. Isaac raised his hands to quiet them, concern immediately creasing his brow.
"Slow down. What's going on?"
Peace grabbed his arm, tugging insistently.
"You have to come to the bridge right away."
"Is it an attack?" Isaac asked, his mind immediately calculating defensive positions, available fighters, evacuation protocols.
"No, it's—"
Aaron shook her head, seeming unable to find the right words.
"Just come. Please,"
Peace added, her eyes wide with urgency Isaac couldn't ignore. He called to Julian, who was supervising the live fire target practice on the other side of the courtyard.
"Take over for me, will you? After a debrief, send them in for an early supper."
Julian gave a nod and a wave as Isaac followed the girls out of the training yard and into Manchester's streets.
"Can you at least tell me what's in store for me?"
he asked as they hurried past the community gardens, where several residents looked up from their work, curious about the commotion.
"You wouldn't believe us if we told you,"
Peace said cryptically, exchanging a glance with Aaron that only deepened Isaac's confusion. They moved quickly through the settlement's main thoroughfare, passing the repurposed storefronts that now served as workshops, communal kitchens, and meeting spaces. The normalcy of daily life continued around them, people mending clothes, repairing tools, teaching children, but Isaac could sense an undercurrent of tension beneath it all. Everyone knew about the threat now, about the forces Manchester had committed. They carried on with their routines, but undertone of worry was very evident. As they approached the bridge that served as Manchester's main eastern entrance, Isaac spotted an unusual amount of activity. A crowd had gathered, people talking animatedly, some embracing, others standing in apparent shock. Guards were maintaining a perimeter, keeping curious onlookers at a respectful distance from whatever was happening at the center. Isaac's first thought was that Tyler and Mark had arrived early, perhaps with the family Luke said they were helping. It would explain the excitement. New arrivals always created a stir, especially if they included children. But the crowd's energy felt different, more intense than mere curiosity about newcomers would warrant.
"Let us through,"
Peace called to the guards, still pulling Isaac forward.
"We brought him."
The guards nodded, creating a path through the gathered residents. As the crowd parted, hushed whispers rippled outward.
"Isaac's here. Let him through."
Isaac's mouth dropped open. Supported between two guards, barely able to stand on his own, was a figure Isaac knew immediately, despite his haggard condition. The man's clothes were tattered and stained with blood and dirt, his face gaunt and weathered by exposure. A crude tourniquet fashioned from a belt was visible on his right thigh, and his left arm hung at an awkward angle. But despite these injuries, despite the impossibility of what he was seeing, there was no mistaking the man before him. Daniel Bowman. Isaac stopped short, disbelief washing over him in a cold wave. He had watched Bowman's pyre burn, had helped place his beret on the wooden structure himself, had mourned the loss of one of Manchester's strongest allies. And yet, here he stood, barely, unmistakably alive. Bowman's eyes, sunken but alert, found Isaac's. A weak smile crossed his cracked lips.
"Sorry I'm late,"
he managed, his voice a raspy shadow of its usual commanding tone.
"Had a bit of trouble on the road."
Then his eyes rolled back, and before the guards could react, he collapsed forward. Isaac lunged, catching the man's weight as he crumpled.
"Get Jess,"
Isaac shouted.
"Now. Mom and Auntie Indigo already went for her, and a wheelchair."
Aaron said as the guards helped him lower Bowman gently to the ground. Someone brought water. Another handed over a rolled jacket to place under his head. Isaac knelt beside his friend, checking his pulse, weak but steady. Bowman's eyes fluttered open briefly.
How?
Isaac murmured, more to himself than anyone else.
We thought you were dead. Indy said you were dead. Wasn't quite finished yet,
he whispered, before losing consciousness again. Jess Hendry, Manchester's chief doctor, pushed through the crowd, medical bag in hand, her face betraying the same shock Isaac felt when she recognized her patient. Right behind her were Indigo and Becky, apparently having decided a wheelchair wouldn't cut it. They carried a stretcher. Jess knelt beside Bowman, checking his vitals with practiced efficiency as Isaac looked up at Indy. If he was shocked at the appearance of their old friend, his wife looked like she'd seen a literal ghost.
He's severely dehydrated, suffering from blood loss and exhaustion,
she reported, examining the tourniquet on his leg.
This wound is infected, but someone's been treating it with...
She sniffed at a poultice visible beneath the torn fabric.
Wild garlic and yarrow. Probably saved his leg, maybe his life. He needs antibiotics, fluids, and rest. Let's get him into the infirmary.
Isaac beckoned for a few of the bigger specimens around them to help lift Bowman. With careful coordination, they transferred Bowman onto the stretcher and lifted him.
Be as gentle as possible,
Jess instructed, and turned to Indigo and Becky.
I need clean water, fresh bandages, and the antibiotics from the locked cabinet, and clear the hallways. I don't want a crowd following us.
As they carried Bowman away, Diana appeared at Isaac's side, her expression mirroring his own bewilderment.
Is it really him?
She asked softly.
How is this possible?
Isaac shook his head, watching the stretcher disappear into the Brady Sullivan Tower.
I don't know. But if anyone could survive what he went through, it would be Bowman.
The crowd around them buzzed with excitement and confusion, theories already spreading about how Bowman could have survived, where he had been, and what this meant for Manchester and the fight against the Chinese.
This changes everything,
Diana said, voicing what Isaac was thinking.
Concord has been paralyzed without him. If he recovers, we might have a real chance against General Howe,
Isaac finished.
Concord's forces, combined with Albany, Ashland, and ours, could turn the tide.
Peace and Aaron stood nearby, still catching their breath from their run to the training yard. Isaac turned to them, placing a hand on each girl's shoulder.
You did well, bringing me so quickly. We were helping at the gate when they brought him in,
Aaron explained.
We recognized him right away, even though he looked...
She searched for the right word.
Different. Scary,
Peace said frankly. Isaac nodded gravely.
He's probably been through hell.
He glanced again toward the tower where Bowman had been taken.
Should I send a message to Concord?
Diana asked. Isaac paused for a moment, then suggested the girls go inside and see to the younger children. He gestured that Diana should follow him, and away from the slowly dispersing crowd, he said quietly,
Let's put a hold on that. If Daniel has any chance of recovering, I want to run the whole situation by him, not just Concord. Fair call,
said Diana.
We'll keep it under our hat for now. Have Sam and Max returned yet?
Isaac frowned.
I don't think so. I've been in the training yard, but I issued orders that they should come see me as soon as they got back. They should have been back 2 hours ago,
Diana said, looking at the low position of the sun.
Let's give them another hour. If they don't return by then, I'll drive out.
Diana nodded and, with head bowed, headed back inside. Isaac buried the niggle of worry. They were probably just taking their time. He would worry if it became clear that there was a problem. He turned his mind back to the arrival of Bowman as he headed back to the training ground. The man's survival seemed almost miraculous, a defiance of death itself. But Isaac had learned long ago that in this broken world, people were often more resilient than anyone gave them credit for. If Bowman recovered, the political landscape would shift dramatically. With Concord's leadership vacuum resolved, their military might be mobilized in time to counter any blowback from the forces in Catskill of their attack against the base in Castleton. For the first time since learning about General Howe's expansion, Isaac felt something he'd been carefully suppressing: hope. He looked back at the bridge where Bowman had appeared like a ghost, and a grim smile crossed his face. The Chinese general didn't know it yet, but his careful plans may have just been complicated by a man who had refused to die when he was supposed to. A half hour later, and barely 5 miles from home, Samuel and Max huddled in thick scrub near the opening of a culvert. Their horses were tethered to some exposed steel inside the structure, and the two boys had snuck back up the slope to hide and watch a group of men approach. They'd been taking their time on their return journey to Manchester, not wanting to overwork the horses, when Samuel had spotted movement on the ridge ahead, a group of 5 on foot, and heading their way.
"Let's get to cover,"
Samuel had whispered, pulling his horse off the trail immediately. Max had followed without question.
"Slavers,"
Samuel whispered, as the group got closer, and he spied the men's patchwork armor and rough appearance, matching perfectly what they knew of the slavers from their own traumatic experience. The slave trade had flourished in the power vacuum after the collapse, with gangs roaming the countryside looking for isolated survivors to capture and sell in the Catskill markets. Now, as the group approached the road, the boys pressed themselves deeper into the culvert's shadow, but were able to get a more comprehensive look. 3 of the men had the weathered, hard look of slavers. The other 2, though, who were both of Asian appearance, carried themselves differently, more disciplined somehow, more alert to their surroundings.
"Something's off about those 2,
Max whispered, nodding toward the pair, who stood slightly apart from the others. Samuel pressed his finger to his lips as voices drifted down to them.
"You promised us guns and ammunition,"
one of the 3 men said, clearly frustrated.
"We've been waiting for 2 weeks."
"Shipment is delayed," one of the other 2 men replied, his English heavily accented.
"General Howe only sends what he can spare before the offensive begins."
Samuel and Max exchanged startled glances. General Howe? These men were connected to the Chinese forces at Catskill. The slaver spat on the ground.
"We've been guiding your scouts for a month, risking our necks mapping routes and giving you access to the informant. And all we get are promises?"
The 2 men conferred briefly in Chinese, their hushed tones sharp and clipped.
"Next week,"
the first one finally said.
"Rifles and ammunition will come next week, after the attack. But General wants more information first on Manchester defenses. Where is the informant?"
Samuel and Max looked at each other, eyebrows raised. Informant.
"He'll be here, but that wasn't a deal,"
the lead slaver growled, taking a step forward. He was the only one of the 3 with a visible firearm, a battered pre-collapse revolver holstered at his hip.
"We need those weapons now. Albany's patrols are ranging wider. We've lost 2 gangs in the last week." "Next week,"
the man said, his voice rising in pitch.
"Or never. Your choice. Now how long before we see Spy? Or do I have to shoot you in the face?"
What happened next happened with shocking speed. The lead slaver's hand flashed to his holster. He cleared leather and fired, the gun's report cracking through the tension. One of the Chinese men jerked as the round caught him high in the arm, but his partner was faster. With fluid precision, the second Chinese man drew his pistol and fired twice. The slaver's head snapped back, a hole blossoming in the center of his forehead as he crumpled to the floor. The wounded soldier gritted his teeth as blood darkened the material where the bullet had nicked him, but stayed upright, eyes burning. From beneath his coat, he produced a compact submachine gun with his good arm and leveled it at the remaining 2 slavers.
"Wait,"
one shouted, raising his hands.
"we can work this."
A burst of fire cut him down where he stood. The slaver was still falling to the ground as the third one turned and fled, disappearing into the trees. The wounded man swung his weapon after him, but was stilled by a sharp shout from his comrade, and he reluctantly lowered his weapon. A short, harsh conversation in Mandarin followed, and from his gestures, the wounded one was clearly arguing for pursuing the escaped slaver as the other assessed his injury. The uninjured one apparently won the argument. Samuel expected that had something to do with the surviving slaver being their last connection to the informant in Manchester, whoever that might be, and their conversation continued less excitedly as he treated the wound. He was done in a few minutes, and they both stood, picking up their belongings and headed to the spot where the surviving slaver had disappeared. More discussion and gestures followed, and they were just about to follow the slaver's trail into the trees when a loud nicker, followed by a snort, came from the culvert behind the watching boys. Samuel and Max dropped to their haunches as the Chinese soldiers switched to high alert, both raising their weapons as they turned toward the boys' hiding place. The unwounded soldier gestured towards the slope where they were hidden, saying something in Mandarin. His companion nodded, readying his weapon despite his injury. Samuel felt his heart hammering against his ribcage. There was no escape, and even if they hid in the culvert, they'd be discovered. His hand moved slowly to the knife at his belt, the only weapon he carried. Max gripped his arm, shaking his head frantically. Taking on 2 trained soldiers, even with one injured, would be suicide. A beam of light suddenly illuminated the heavy foliage around them.
"We know you're there,"
called a voice, in heavily accented English.
"Come out with your hands up. Now."
Part 3. Rescue. 9. Jenna McAllister ran a whetstone along the edge of her hunting knife, the rhythmic scraping echoing in the quiet of her small room. The blade's edge caught the lantern light as she worked, methodical and precise. At 30, Jenna had survived the collapse and the nearly 15 brutal years that followed through equal parts skill, intelligence, and an uncanny ability to read people's intentions. 3 packs lay on her bed, each with its own purpose, one for clothing, one for supplies, and one for weapons. She'd packed and repacked them twice already, weighing necessity against mobility. The journey to Portland would take at least 5 days on horseback, longer as she encountered trouble. With the slavers and the Chinese expanding their movements, trouble seemed increasingly likely. A knock at her door interrupted her work. "Come in," she called, sliding the freshly sharpened knife into its leather sheath. Indigo entered, carrying a rolled map and a sealed letter. Despite the early hour, Isaac's wife was fully dressed, her practical clothing unable to hide her elegance. The 2 women had formed an unlikely friendship over the years, Indigo with her quiet wisdom, and Jenna with her blunt pragmatism. "Final instructions from Isaac," Indigo explained, setting the items on the small table by the window. "He wanted me to go over the details once more before you leave." Jenna nodded, returning to her packing. "I'm clear on the mission," she said, checking the contents of her supply sack. "Convince the Brotherhood to send fighters. Negotiate terms. Get back alive." She glanced up with a hint of a smile. "I put particular emphasis on that last part. It's not that simple, and you know it." Indigo's voice was gentle but firm as she sat on the room's only chair. "The Brotherhood isn't just another settlement. Their history with Diana's town, with Luke." Jenna paused, pushing a strand of dark hair behind her ear. "I know the history," she acknowledged. "I also know that since that confrontation,
The new leadership is more pragmatic. The trade discussions last year went well. Trade is one thing. A military alliance is another.
Indigo unrolled the map, her finger tracing the route from Manchester to Portland.
They still view outsiders with suspicion, especially women. I'll wear pants and avoid triggering religious debates. Keep the focus on mutual survival.
Jenna resumed packing, checking off mental lists as she worked.
I'll explain how hard it is to spread your faith if you're all dead or enslaved by the Chinese.
Indigo smiled, her head slightly tilted.
You're not worried? Didn't say that.
Jenna glanced up, meeting Indigo's gaze directly.
But someone has to go. And after last year, I have a relationship with him. Plus, she added, patting the knife at her hip, I can handle myself if things go sideways.
Indigo nodded toward the weapon.
That won't help much against zealots with rifles. That's why I'm bringing these, too.
Jenna unzipped the weapons pack, revealing a compact crossbow nestled beside a pre-collapse Glock 19 with 2 spare magazines. The pistol was a rarity. Functioning firearms were Manchester's most closely guarded resources, and carrying one outside the walls required council approval.
Though I'm hoping diplomacy works better.
She ran her fingers over the crossbow.
This was Luke's suggestion, actually. Said the Brotherhood respects traditional weapons. Luke would know,
Indigo acknowledged.
He learned the hard way. You know, some in the Brotherhood still blame him for the death of Rex. And more. Maybe don't talk about him.
Indigo left the sentence unfinished, the implication clear.
Isaac and I had this same conversation last year,
Jenna said with a laugh.
Don't worry, Indigo. I'll be fine. And I won't mention Luke.
Jenna zipped the pack closed with finality, then picked up Isaac's letter, examining the seal pressed into the red wax. Manchester's emblem, a stylized tower rising above a wall.
His instructions? The terms we can offer. The limits of what we can promise.
Indigo rose from the chair, moving toward the door.
And a personal appeal to Elder Thomas. He heads their crusaders. Isaac has a way with words. Let's hope they're the right ones.
Jenna carefully tucked the letter into an inner pocket of her jacket, close to her body where it would remain dry and secure. A dry wind kicked up dust and debris around Luke's boots as he spurred his motorcycle along the final stretch of road to Albany. His muscles ached from the long journey, but anticipation kept him alert. According to his mental map, he was less than 5 miles from the settlement's outer perimeter when he heard it, the distinctive growl of another engine approaching. Luke slowed, eyes narrowing as he scanned the road. There, just beyond the next curve, a cloud of dust signaled the approaching rider. He eased off the throttle and rolled to a stop, planting his feet on either side of the bike, right hand hovering near the pistol at his hip, hook arms steady on the handlebar. The rider appeared, his motorcycle larger and more rugged than Luke's modified Honda. He was helmetless and wore a patched leather jacket with Albany's insignia. He pulled his bike to a controlled stop directly in the center of the road, blocking Luke's path. Both men sized each other up across 30 yards of weathered asphalt. The Albany rider removed his scarf, revealing a youthful but weathered face with sharp, assessing eyes beneath a layer of road dust. His hand rested casually on his holstered sidearm. "State your business," he called, his voice carrying over the rumbling idle of the 2 engines. Luke switched off the Honda and flicked the kickstand down with his heel. "Mind if I stretch?" he called, loud enough that his words weren't muffled by the helmet. He stepped off the bike without waiting for an answer. The other man tensed briefly before relaxing as Luke raised his arms high, stretching like a cat. The Albany rider reached down and switched off his machine, too, then stepped off, his hands hanging by his sides.
"I'm here to see President Lin," Luke said, as he lowered his arms and put them behind him, pushing his hips forward to relieve his lower back. "I'm from Manchester."
The man's eyes narrowed. "Manchester, huh? A lone rider coming directly from the east when your settlement lies to the southeast?"
"I didn't take the direct route. Had to intercept our forward force first," Luke explained, then gestured to the blue and white band on his arm. "I'm carrying an urgent message from Isaac."
"And you are?"
the man demanded, still not moving from his position. Luke raised his arms again, and the other man's hand shot to the handle of his holstered pistol. Luke paused. "Taking off my helmet. Don't get jumpy." The other man nodded, but didn't take his hand off the gun. Smart, thought Luke, as he carefully removed his helmet, revealing his travel-stained face and red hair and beard. Something flickered in the man's eyes.
"Luke the messenger," he said, not quite a question.
"Yes. And you are?" Luke countered, studying the man's stance. There was no way he was old enough to have had military training in the before days. But Luke guessed from the way he positioned himself, balanced, prepared, alert without appearing overtly threatening. He'd had some baptism of fire during or after the fall.
"Jack Monahan, Captain, Albany Defense Force."
He walked across to Luke, but didn't offer his hand.
"What's so urgent that Isaac sends his right-hand man instead of the usual messengers?"
Luke held his gaze. "That's for President Lin's ears, but it concerns the Chinese forces at Castleton."
Jack's expression tightened at the mention of Castleton. "Convenient timing," he said dryly. "We spotted a significant force approaching from the south, flying Manchester colors, no less. Want to explain that?"
"That would be our 200 fighters," Luke confirmed. "Part of what I need to discuss with the president."
"You deploy troops into our territory without warning and expect a friendly welcome?"
Jack's hand didn't move toward his weapon, but his posture shifted subtly to one of heightened readiness. Luke reached slowly into his jacket, noting how Jack tensed. "I have a message from Isaac," he said, producing an envelope. "Information and an offer for Haley Lin. Time is of the essence, Captain." Jack studied him for a long moment, then accepted the envelope. The captain began opening it without taking his eyes off the visitor. "Have you been promoted to leader of Albany, then?" Luke asked dryly.
"She won't mind, trust me,"
Jack muttered, scanning the document.
200 of yours, plus another 300 coming from Ashland."
"Yes." Jack folded the document and tucked it in his jacket, his stance relaxing marginally.
"I'm glad you rode on ahead to give us a heads up. It could have been ugly if they'd shown up unannounced." "Well, Messenger, I know Haley Lin favors early action. Unfortunately, not all members of the council agree."
"Dissent?" Luke asked.
"Let's call it a healthy difference of opinion."
"And what are your thoughts?"
"Me? Well, I think we lost enough to the invaders 15 years ago to be sitting on our hands now. I say we fight again and fight hard."
This last bit was said with enough passion to make Luke curious about what he meant by again.
"Let's get this in front of the council. It would help sell the plan if you were there to deliver it, being a legend and all."
"Fair enough," Luke said, grinning at the barb. "But every minute we delay makes a difference."
"No more delays. We'll go now. Ride behind me. We have quite a few scouts and personnel along this road. It's better if they see me first so I can give the all clear rather than risk an unhappy accident. Understandably, our sentries are a little jumpy these days."
"I'm all for avoiding accidents," Luke said, and went back to his bike and pulled his helmet on. He swung a leg over the Honda and settled into the seat, realizing happily that the pain where his horse had bruised him had eased to a dull ache.
With a quick twist of the key, the engine growled to life beneath him. He gave the throttle a couple of light revs, then steadied the bike as he watched the captain mount his own motorcycle and fire it up. Jack Monahan turned his motorcycle around and started back toward Albany, glancing over his shoulder once to make sure Luke was following. After an hour, the road began to curve through increasingly managed terrain, old farmland being recultivated, cleared areas, and eventually the first signs of Albany's outer defenses, concealed guard posts and carefully maintained killing fields. Jack raised a fist, signaling Luke to stop as they approached a checkpoint. Guards emerged from camouflaged positions, weapons ready but not aimed. Jack dismounted and approached them, speaking in low tones and occasionally gesturing back toward Luke. After a brief conversation, Jack waved Luke forward. "They'll escort us to the council building," Jack informed him, his tone no nonsense. "President Lin was already notified of your impending arrival." "Thank you," Luke said, meaning it. Despite the chilly reception, he understood the caution. These were dangerous times, and Albany had more reason than most to be suspicious of outsiders. As they prepared to move out, Jack fixed him with a hard stare. "Just so we're clear, if this turns out to be anything other than what you claim, I'll personally track you down and put a bullet in you." Luke met his gaze unflinchingly. "I'd expect nothing less. Lucky for you, I'm telling the truth, so I won't have to take you down before you get a shot off." A ghost of a smile touched Jack's face, not exactly friendly, but containing a hint of something like respect. "Let's go. The president and council are waiting." They remounted their bikes and rode toward the looming walls of Albany, where Luke knew his diplomatic skills would be tested as never before. The fate of many lives would hinge on what happened in the next few hours. 10.
"We know you're there,"
The accented voice called again.
"Come out now."
Max tensed beside Samuel in the darkness of the culvert, his breathing shallow and quick. The flashlight beam swept across the overgrown entrance, throwing harsh shadows against the curved concrete walls.
"If we make a run for the horses,"
Max whispered, barely audible. Samuel shook his head minutely.
"they'd shoot us before we reached them."
The beam of light steadied at the entrance.
3 seconds, or we shoot inside,"
the voice warned.
1.
Samuel gripped Max's arm.
"We have to surrender," he hissed. "Follow my lead." 2. "We're coming out,"
Samuel called, his voice cracking slightly.
"Don't shoot. We're unarmed."
He pushed through the heavy vines, emerging into the dying light of day with his hands raised above his head. Max followed, mirroring the posture of surrender. The Chinese soldiers stood 10 feet away, weapons trained on the boys. The uninjured one held the flashlight alongside his pistol in a practiced stance, while his wounded companion clutched the compact submachine gun one-handed, the other arm bandaged but still oozing blood at the shoulder.
"Just kids,"
the wounded soldier muttered in Mandarin, his face tight with pain. The lead soldiers studied them with cold efficiency, taking in their travel-worn clothes, the dirt on their faces, the fear in their eyes. His gaze lingered on the blue and white patch sewn onto Samuel's sleeve.
"Is that all of you?"
"Yes, sir. Just us and our horses."
"Where are you from?"
he demanded, gesturing with his pistol toward Samuel's patch.
"Manchester. Yes?"
Samuel and Max exchanged a quick glance but remained silent. The soldier's eyes narrowed.
"Search,"
he ordered his companion in clipped English. The wounded soldier approached cautiously, keeping his weapon ready despite his injury. He patted down Max first, finding nothing, then moved to Samuel. When he discovered the knife at Samuel's belt, he yanked it free and tossed it to his partner before continuing the search.
"Clean?"
he reported, stepping back. The lead soldier holstered his pistol and examined Samuel's knife, testing its edge with his thumb before tucking it into his own belt. He switched off the flashlight now that twilight provided sufficient visibility.
No weapons, huh? What do you call this?
It's just a knife for hunting, Samuel said.
Good for killing lying boys. No more lies, understand?
Yes, sir, they both mumbled.
How many fighters in Manchester?
He asked abruptly. The boys stood rigid, hands still raised, mouths closed.
How many guns? Vehicles?
The soldier stepped closer, his face hardening.
We're not about blue and white bands. Manchester people. You tell us numbers.
Samuel stared straight ahead, jaw set, while Max shook his head imperceptibly. The soldier's eyes widened at this impertinence, and he lunged forward, grabbing Max by the collar and yanking him forward. In one fluid motion, he drew his pistol again and pressed it to Max's temple.
Now you talk,
the soldier said to Samuel, his voice like ice.
Or he dies. Then you.
Samuel's face drained of color, but his chin stayed high. Max's eyes were huge with panic, his breath coming fast as the barrel pressed harder against his skin.
3.
Samuel's thoughts spun like tires on gravel.
2. Wait, I'll...
The crack of a gunshot cut him off. The soldier flinched, eyes wide in confusion, releasing Max while desperately trying to reach over his shoulder. Max scrambled backward, noting the dark stains spreading across the back of the soldier's shirt, blood blooming like ink in water. As the soldier collapsed, his companion whirled, raising his weapon, but a second shot caught him mid-turn. He spun from the impact, the submachine gun firing wildly into the air as his finger convulsed on the trigger, before finally falling face down in the grass. From the trees emerged the slaver who had escaped earlier, a handgun, the one dropped by his comrade, still raised and smoking. His face was streaked with dirt and sweat, his breathing labored.
Lucky for you, I doubled back,
he said, lowering the weapon. His voice was younger than Samuel had expected, with a hint of an accent he couldn't place.
Was going to try and lose them, but I heard the yelling.
He shrugged, stepping forward to examine the bodies.
They're dead.
Samuel and Max stood where they were, the sudden shift from imminent execution to unexpected rescue leaving them confused, but not comforted, given their rescuer was a slaver.
You can put your hands down,
the slaver said, kneeling beside the first soldier and beginning to search his pockets.
I'm not gonna shoot you. Not unless you try something stupid.
Slowly, Samuel lowered his arms, motioning for Max to do the same.
Thank you, he managed, for saving us.
The slaver glanced up, surprise flickering across his features.
Wasn't trying to save you,
he clarified, retrieving a pistol from the soldier's holster and tucking it into his waistband.
Just settling a score with these two. Bastards killed my friends back there. Would have killed me.
He continued searching, finding ammunition, a compass, and a small radio, which he examined briefly before shoving it into his pack. Max's legs gave way beneath him, and he sank to the ground, the delayed shock of their near-death experience catching up to him. Samuel moved protectively to his side, still watchful of their unexpected savior.
You're from Manchester?
The slaver asked, glancing at Samuel's patch as he moved to search the second body. Samuel hesitated, then nodded.
Yes.
The slaver retrieved the submachine gun, checking its magazine.
Chinese have been asking a lot of questions about Manchester lately, paying good money for information.
He looked up, studying them.
Would have paid even better for 2 kids from there, if they hadn't stumbled across you. Is that what you do? Samuel asked, finding his voice. Sell people to the Chinese? The slaver's expression darkened. It's complicated, kid. World's not black and white out here. Seems pretty black and white to me, Max said suddenly, his voice shaky but defiant. Selling people is wrong. A bark of laughter escaped the slaver. Whatever, he said, shaking his head. You think your settlement got where it is without getting its hands dirty? Everyone's done things they're not proud of to survive. He finished his scavenging and stood, slinging the rifle over his shoulder and tucking the submachine gun under his arm. The weight of weapons seemed to reassure him. We should get going, Samuel said, helping Max to his feet. We need to get back to Manchester before dark. The slaver's expression hardened slightly. Not happening, he said, his voice flat. It's almost sunset. I'm making camp, and you two are staying put until morning. He introduced himself. I'm Eli. Our parents will be worried, Max protested, his voice faltering as Eli's hand shifted subtly toward the pistol at his waist. They'll be more worried if you run into another Chinese patrol in the dark, Eli replied with forced casualness. Or worse. Samuel caught the unspoken threat. While Eli hadn't directly menaced them, the message was clear. They weren't being given a choice. We've got our horses, Samuel tried, gauging Eli's reaction. And I've got 3 guns. Eli countered smoothly. Look, I didn't save your lives just to let you get yourselves killed trying to navigate these woods at night. We'll camp here where it's defensible, and you can leave at first light. His tone was reasonable, almost friendly, but his eyes remained watchful, evaluating. Samuel realized they were now effectively Eli's prisoners, regardless of how he phrased it. Fine, Samuel conceded, seeing no alternative. We'll camp for the night. He introduced himself and his companion. I'm Samuel. This is Max. Smart choice, Eli said, his posture relaxing slightly. He nodded toward a small clearing about 50 yards away. There. It's sheltered, and we can build a fire without it being visible from the road. Get your horses. As they retrieved their mounts, Max whispered urgently to Samuel. We can't trust him. He's a slaver. We don't have much choice right now, Samuel murmured back. Just follow my lead. We'll figure something out. They followed Eli to the clearing, the unease between them palpable as darkness began to fall. Eli built a small fire while keeping the boys in his sight, the weapons he'd collected never far from his reach. 11. Luke followed Jack Monahan into Albany's City Hall, the building's grand architecture a monument to a lost era. Armed guards lined the hallways, their expressions tense but disciplined as they approached the council chamber doors. Wait here, please, Jack instructed, pulling one of the doors open and stepping inside. The hushed voices from within grew momentarily louder as Jack entered, then settled again into an indistinct murmur. Luke stood in the hallway, rolling his shoulders to ease the stiffness from the long ride. A minute passed, then another. Luke spied the closest guard looking at him. Sup, he said, but the guard didn't respond, his eyes quickly returning to the spot on the wall he'd been staring at. Luke shrugged. Finally, the doors swung open. The council will see you now, Jack announced, his tone neutral. Luke stepped into the wood-paneled room. 8 council members sat around a large oak table covered with maps and reports. At the head sat a compact woman with graying dark hair pulled back in a practical knot,
her face bearing the unmistakable mark of authority and the literal mark of past violence in the form of a scar running from temple to jaw. President Haley Lynn. She studied him with intelligent eyes as Jack announced,
"Luke the messenger from Manchester." "Messenger and more, I understand,"
Lynn replied, standing and approaching Luke with her hand out. She wore black fatigues, sported a holstered pistol on her hip, and looked ready to step into battle. "Well, semi-retired messenger. More a mentor/trainer now," Luke said, engulfing her dry, warm hand in his big paw.
"Please sit," she said,
pointing at a spot, then returning to her seat at the table. Luke took the offered chair, noting the varied expressions around the table. Curiosity, suspicion, and in one case, barely concealed hostility from a man whose eyes never left Luke's face.
"This is not an unexpected visit,"
Lynn continued.
"We've been monitoring a sizable force wearing Manchester's colors approaching the Hudson, near our southern border. You're here to explain, I assume?"
200 fighters from Manchester, Luke confirmed. But they're not headed to the Hudson yet. They've been directed to Niverville, where they'll be joined by a force of 300 marauders. A murmur ran around the table. The hostile-looking man leaned forward.
"Sent into our territory without seeking permission, and joining forces with an army of marauders."
His voice dripped with indignation.
"President Lynn, this is precisely the kind of unilateral action we should be concerned about."
"Thank you, Counselor Harmon,"
Lynn said evenly, clearly accustomed to his outbursts.
"Perhaps we should let our guest explain more fully before jumping to conclusions."
Luke held Harmon's gaze a little longer than necessary, then addressed everyone at the table. "Isaac sends his regrets for the lack of advance notice. After we heard about the quick buildup in Catskill, Isaac and our council decided to send you aid in the form of troops to bolster your defense, and we also sent an emissary to Ashland to enlist the support of the marauders. Once the second report arrived, your intelligence about the Chinese base at Castleton, things obviously became more critical. So Isaac ordered me to divert the troops to Niverville, where we plan to carry out an attack from there, with the aid of the marauders when they arrive. We think it's critical, and trust that you do too, that they are prevented from establishing a substantial forward operating position so close to your city. And that's why I'm here, to help coordinate an attack by your forces and ours simultaneously."
"We have been discussing this exact thing for 2 days now, but have remained deadlocked on whether our action should be offensive or defensive."
She looked pointedly at Chad Harmon.
"They already have approximately 200 troops, with more arriving daily. They've begun constructing defensive emplacements and unloading heavy weapons, but they're still vulnerable. Our intelligence suggests they'll be fully established within a week."
"Then it's even more critical we strike now," Luke said.
"When do you suggest?"
Counselor Rivera asked. "Well, we plan for early a.m. the day after tomorrow, 1 hour before dawn. The Ashland troops should arrive the night before. The idea was that you would send a force to attack simultaneously."
"A coordinated attack from 2 directions,"
Haley said, rising and tracing the paths on the map. Luke understood the illustration was for the benefit of her own counsel.
"Your forces from Manchester and Ashland will strike from here. If we hit them at the same time before their defenses are complete, we stand a good chance of disrupting General Howe's entire operation, at least for a while."
"If I am to understand correctly," Counselor Harmon scoffed, "Manchester has been busy making arrangements with everyone except your closest allies, and comes to us only after you've made the deal and all but invaded our territory."
Luke met his gaze steadily. "The timeline demanded immediate action. Ben left for Ashland the same day I departed for Albany.
We're here now, proposing a joint operation that benefits all our settlements.
Please, Counselor Okafor said, raising his hand, stopping Harmon's interjection. He had a pleasant, open face with wire-rimmed glasses perched on the end of his wide nose. We have discussed the pros and cons of defense versus offense ad nauseum. Your reputation precedes you, Messenger, and I, for one, would like to hear the reasoning of such an experienced campaigner before we put it to a final vote. Some members of the Council are concerned that the risk of a preemptive strike is considerable. Luke nodded, acknowledging the concern.
Defense alone gives General Howe the initiative. He chooses when and where to strike. An offensive disrupts his timeline, destroys his supplies, and forces him to react to us instead of the other way around.
Jack Monahan, who had taken a position behind Lynn's chair, spoke up.
The strategy is sound. Our latest reconnaissance confirms what Luke is saying. They're still establishing their position. The longer we wait, the stronger their defenses become. And what happens after this attack? Assuming it succeeds, Harmon challenged. We'll have provoked a direct response from Catskill. Their main force will come for us next, and in even greater numbers. They're coming regardless, Lynn interjected, her voice hard with certainty. This base isn't for show. It's a staging area for further expansion. She turned to Luke. I've seen this pattern before, in Texas. Establish forward bases, then push outward. General Howe isn't interested in coexistence. Harmon wasn't finished. With respect, Madam President, your experience in Texas colors your judgment here. This could be a defensive position, or simply a trading outpost. A trading outpost doesn't need artillery emplacements and hundreds of soldiers, Jack interrupted sharply. And since when does a defensive position require stockpiling ammunition and supplies for a force 3 times that size?
Lynn added, tapping the reconnaissance photos.
The evidence is clear. If we don't act now, we'll face a much stronger enemy later.
The council chamber fell silent as the members digested this exchange. Luke observed the shift in expressions. Harmon's supporters looking less certain, the undecided weighing options more seriously.
What exactly are you asking of Albany?
Asked Councillor Rivera, breaking the silence.
500 fighters, Luke replied without hesitation. To coordinate with Manchester and Ashland's forces in a dawn attack 3 days from now. If your intelligence is accurate, our combined forces would outnumber the Chinese at the base, and with the element of surprise, we can offset their superior weaponry.
Another counselor, Smith, Luke recalled from the introductions, leaned forward.
500 is nearly a third of our fighting force. If this fails, Albany would be dangerously exposed.
Haley nodded.
If we commit to this, she said carefully, we need assurances of mutual defense from Manchester and Ashland afterward. This can't be a one-time alliance that dissolves once the battle ends.
Isaac will be prepared to formalize a regional defense pact, Luke said. I guarantee it. Mutual aid in the event of an attack against any of our settlements.
Haley Lynn nodded, satisfied.
Then I believe it's time to put this to a vote.
She straightened in her chair, looking around the table.
The proposal before us is to commit 500 fighters to a joint operation with Manchester and Ashland against the Chinese base at Castleton, with the understanding that this will lead to a formal regional defense alliance. Councillor Davis.
Councillor Davis straightened.
In favor,
he stated firmly.
Councillor Smith. In favor. Councillor Okafor.
In favor.
Councillor Rivera.
Dr. Rivera hesitated, glancing at Harmon before answering.
In favor,
she said, surprising many around the table. Harmon's face darkened with anger at what he clearly perceived as betrayal.
Councillor Walsh.
Against, the man replied stubbornly.
Counselor Montgomery.
Against,
Counselor Harmon.
strongly against, he emphasized, glaring at Rivera.
Captain Monahan.
In favor, Jack stated without hesitation.
And I vote in favor,
Lynn concluded.
The motion passes 6-3. Albany will commit 500 fighters to the joint operation against the Chinese base at Castleton.
She turned to Luke.
We'll need to coordinate movement, communication signals, and tactical details immediately. Captain Monahan will oversee the preparations.
Thank you, Madam President, Luke said, genuine relief in his voice. Manchester, and all our settlements, owe you a debt for this decision. Harmon pushed back his chair abruptly, the legs screeching against the floor.
This is reckless, he declared,
stalking toward Haley.
You're gambling with Albany's safety based on Manchester's beef with the Chinese and your Texas memories.
Haley didn't flinch in the face of his ire.
The council has voted, Chad,
she replied calmly.
Your objection is noted.
Harmon's eyes narrowed.
I hope you're prepared to answer to our people when this backfires.
He stomped toward the door, followed by his two supporters. An uncomfortable silence fell over the room as the doors slammed behind them.
Don't mind Counselor Harmon,
Lynn said to Luke after a moment.
His opposition is predictable. He would disagree with me if I suggested water was wet.
I understand political realities, Luke assured her. What matters is that Albany has committed to action. Lynn stood, prompting the others to rise as well.
Captain Monahan will settle you into quarters you can use while you're here. I'd like you to join us for the strategic planning session with our officers in 1 hour.
Of course, Luke agreed. As the council members filed out, Lynn held back, waiting until only she, Luke, and Jack remained.
Off the record,
she said, her voice lower.
I've been pushing for action against that base for days. Your arrival finally broke the stalemate.
She studied him with those penetrating eyes.
I hope Manchester will keep your word and aid us if there is retaliation. We're risking a lot on this operation.
We will, Luke assured her, and Isaac wouldn't propose this if he didn't believe it could succeed. Lynn nodded slowly.
Then we have work to do. Jack will help you get settled, then bring you to the planning session.
She extended her hand, which Luke shook firmly.
For Albany and Manchester.
And for whatever comes after, Luke added. As Lynn left the chamber, Jack approached Luke. Well played, he acknowledged. Though you've made an enemy in Harmon. Seems like he has a bigger problem with Haley than with me, Luke replied with a shrug. Jack's expression grew serious. He does, but it would pay to be careful. Harmon has influence with certain segments of our population, and he doesn't take defeat gracefully. Luke nodded, taking in the warning. The battle for Albany's support had been won, but the larger conflict, both against the Chinese and within the fragile military alliance they were building, was just beginning. Tyler's hands moved numbly, tucking the edges of the small blanket around the still form. The once colorful fabric, faded pink with cartoon rabbits, had been washed clean of fever sweat and medicine stains. But nothing could wash away the hollowness in his chest as he completed this final act of care. 4-year-old Lily had slipped away at dawn, her small body finally surrendering to the infection that had ravaged it for days. Tyler had been awake through the night, applying cold compresses, administering the last of their precious antibiotics, trying the herbal remedies Ragland had suggested. In the end, it hadn't been enough. Outside the old general store that had served as their makeshift clinic, Wind whistled through the trees and empty buildings, indifferent to the grief of Elise, who had broken the news to Lily's brother just minutes before. Through the broken window, Tyler heard his younger brother's voice, childlike but earnest, as he attempted to comfort James, the surviving 8-year-old son.
"My brother says you can come with us to Manchester," Mark was saying. "They have walls there, and lots of kids to play with."
Tyler picked up his medical journal, which lay open on a nearby counter, the last entry documenting Lily's final hours. He picked up his pen, hesitated, then wrote, "Patient expired, 05:47. Treatment protocols insufficient." The door creaked open. Elise stood there, her face hollow with grief, but composed, one hand resting protectively on James's shoulder. Mark hovered at her side, his small face solemn but dry-eyed. He had already seen too much death to be shocked by it.
"James wants to know when we can bury his sister,"
Elise said softly. Tyler glanced at the window, gauging the time.
"I'll dig the grave now. We'll do it before midday."
He paused, uncomfortable with the timing, but practical nonetheless.
"Then we should pack up. We can still make good distance before sunset."
Elise nodded, her hand tightening slightly on her son's shoulder.
"Mark, can you help James gather some wildflowers?"
Tyler suggested, recognizing his brother's restless energy and the boy's need for distraction.
"For the burial."
Mark brightened at having a task.
"Come on,"
he said to James.
"I saw some purple ones by the creek."
As the boys slipped outside, Elise approached the covered form of her daughter. Her fingers hovered over the blanket, but didn't touch it.
"I keep thinking my husband will appear with medicine,"
she said quietly.
"Even now."
Tyler closed his journal, securing it with a leather strap.
"I'm sorry we couldn't save her." "You tried. That's more than most would do these days."
Through the window, they could see Mark showing James how to weave stems together in a simple chain. Despite everything, James managed a small smile at Mark's antics.
"We'll come with you,"
Elise decided, watching her son.
"There's nothing left for us here."
Tyler nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility increase at the final confirmation. Now 4 lives depended on this journey, not just 2.
"I need to dig the grave,"
he said, moving toward their small collection of tools.
"I'll help the boys prepare her,"
Elise offered.
"And then we'll pack."
As Tyler stepped outside, shovel in hand, Mark ran up to him, wild-eyed with excitement despite the somber day.
Tyler, I found more of that plant Mr. Raglan showed us. The one for fevers."
He held up a handful of wilted leaves.
"Can I dry them, like you showed me? For our medicine bag?"
Despite everything, Tyler felt a smile tug at his lips. Mark's enthusiasm for helping, even with his limited understanding, never wavered. He'd appointed himself Tyler's assistant after their parents died, memorizing plant names and organizing supplies, even before he could read the labels properly.
"Good job, buddy. Those will be useful in Manchester."
He ruffled his brother's hair.
"But first, help James and his mom, okay? I need to dig."
As Mark darted back to his task, Tyler found a suitable spot beneath a maple tree turning golden with autumn color. He drove the shovel into the earth, his movements mechanical, yet purposeful. That afternoon they would leave Pinecrest behind, They would take Elise and James, their medical supplies, and whatever knowledge Tyler had managed to glean from tattered textbooks and hard experience, and they would follow Luke's map to Manchester. And if the whispers of war proved true, they would be there to help pick up the pieces. That's what healers did. Isaac tightened the cinch on the dappled mare, checking the tension with 2 fingers before securing the buckle. The leather creaked as he gave it a final tug. Beside him, Diana methodically packed the saddlebags of her chestnut gelding, her movements deliberate but tense.
Water, jerky, medical supplies,
she murmured, seemingly to herself.
Extra ammunition.
Her hands moved with purpose, but Isaac caught the slight tremor in her fingers as she secured the bag's flap. The stables were quiet in the late afternoon. Manchester's daily activities had wound down. Oil lanterns cast long shadows across the earthen floor, their warm glow a stark contrast to the chill that had settled in the air.
They should have been back hours ago,
Diana said, voicing the fear that hung between them.
Even if they'd stopped to rest the horses, they'd be home by now.
Isaac nodded grimly.
We'll find them. The road to Ashland is well traveled. If something happened, they couldn't have gone far off the main route.
The sound of footsteps at the stable entrance made them both turn. Vincent stood in the doorway, jacket already on and a small pack slung over his good shoulder. His left arm, recently freed from its sling, was held slightly stiffly at his side. Despite the lingering effects of his injuries, his face was set with determination.
No one can find Julian. He's not in his room or the cafeteria. Indigo said I have to come with you to find the boys,
he announced. Isaac and Diana exchanged a glance.
Vincent,
Isaac began, his tone gentle but firm.
You're still recovering. Your shoulder.
He's fine, said Indigo. She had been following a few steps behind the boy who had saved her life less than a month before. She gently nudged him into the barn.
He can ride, and I've been told he's one of the best shots in the city now. Plus, we couldn't find Julian anywhere. He's probably gone on a run. He normally runs in the morning, but it wouldn't be the first time he's gone out late afternoon,
Isaac said.
Well, we don't have any more time to waste looking for him, so Vincent is here to help in his place. He's very capable. I know he's capable, but it's not just about capability, Isaac countered. He's been through a lot. He's ready,
Indigo said firmly, directing Vincent over to the last horse in the barn.
Just like Max and Samuel.
Isaac looked like he was about to argue further, but the determined look in Indigo's eye and Diana's folded arms were enough to tell him he would lose the argument.
Fine, he said. But Vincent, you follow our lead. If we need to move quickly, or if your injuries start bothering you, I'll keep up, Vincent promised. I won't slow you down. That's settled then, Diana said, returning to her own preparations. I packed enough supplies for an overnight search if needed. Hopefully, we won't need them. We'll take the most direct route they would have used coming from Ashland,
Isaac said, going across to help Vincent secure the cinch.
Max knows the way. If they had trouble with the horses, they wouldn't have strayed far.
They led the horses into the mounting area. Isaac was the first to swing into the saddle. Vincent followed, wincing slightly as he pulled himself up, but settling into place without complaint. Diana mounted last, checking her pack and adjusting her rifle in its saddle holster one final time before nudging her horse forward.
Bye,
Isaac said, leaning down to hug Indigo.
Come home safe,
she replied softly, giving his arm a squeeze, and waved them off. A few minutes later, they approached the final checkpoint out of the city.
Open the gate,
Isaac called to the guards.
We're heading toward Ashland to look for Samuel and Max.
The heavy wooden gate swung open, revealing the road that stretched into the darkening landscape beyond Manchester's walls. "Be careful out there," one of the guards warned. "Had reports of increased movement to the east. Could be nothing, but—" Isaac nodded in acknowledgement.
We'll keep our eyes open.
He turned to his companions, his expression solemn.
We ride together. Stay close. If we find any sign of trouble, we assess before engaging. Clear?
"Clear," Diana affirmed, her eyes already scanning the road ahead.
"Crystal,"
Vincent added, straightening in his saddle, a little of the joker he had been not so very long ago returning to his demeanor. Isaac spurred his mare forward, leading them through the gate and into the growing darkness. Behind them, Manchester's lights began to twinkle as lanterns and fires were lit for the evening. Ahead lay only the unknown.
"We'll find them,"
Isaac said again, as much to reassure himself as his companions. 12. The small fire crackled in the clearing, casting flickering shadows across the three faces gathered around its warmth. Samuel and Max sat opposite Eli, all three watching each other with wary attention, despite the shared meal of rabbit that had been roasting on improvised spits. The horses were secured nearby, occasionally shifting and snorting in the evening air.
"I've been to Manchester,"
Eli said, breaking a long silence as he tore meat from the bone with his teeth. He was younger than they'd initially thought, perhaps 19 or 20, with a sharp, angular face that seemed at odds with his occasional flashes of boyish uncertainty. A silvery scar ran from the lobe of his right ear, disappearing under his chin.
"Oh, yeah?"
Samuel asked, taking a bite of his own portion. Eli gestured vaguely with the rabbit leg.
"Got booted out."
He stared into the fire, his voice dropping. Max wiped grease from his chin with the back of his hand.
"Why?"
A humorless smile crossed Eli's face.
"Stole some fella's axe. That prick who talks posh. Ben, I think his name was. Escorted me through the gates and told me not to come back."
Max looked at Samuel, who had paused, chewing.
"What?"
asked Eli, picking up on the silent communication. Samuel resumed chewing.
"That prick is my dad,"
he said around a mouthful of rabbit. Eli roared with laughter and slapped his thigh.
"Don't worry, kid. Not holding a grudge. Glad to hear you don't talk posh. Don't care what you think anyway. Quit calling me kid, too. Probably the same age as you."
"Fair enough," Eli said, his laughter fading. They were silent as they finished eating. Then Samuel asked why Eli had gotten into slaving.
"Easy money, or seemed that way."
He tossed the picked clean bone into the fire.
"After I got kicked out of Manchester, I just sort of wandered west. Was going to go to Albany, but ended up in Catskill. Got a bit of a shock when I saw the Chinese were there. But back then there weren't that many. Got wind they were offering good coin for capturing kids to take east, so I joined a crew."
Max shifted uncomfortably, his eyes darting to Samuel. Both boys knew the horror of slavers firsthand, the ropes cutting into wrists, the suffocating fear, the uncertainty of survival. Samuel spat onto the dirt. The gesture wasn't lost on Eli, whose expression hardened momentarily before relaxing into indifference.
"Judge all you want. World's not as simple as you think it is in Manchester." "So, when did the Chinese really start moving in?"
Samuel asked, deliberately changing the subject. Eli seemed to appreciate the shift.
About 6 months ago. They started showing up in force in Catskill, taking over the local power structure. It really ramped up in the last month. Do you know why?
Max asked.
Heard whispers. The general has plans. Big ones.
Eli poked at the fire with a stick, sending sparks spiraling upward.
That's why they've been so interested in Albany and Manchester lately.
Samuel and Max exchanged glances, the mention of their home bringing a renewed tension.
What do they want with Manchester?
Max pressed, and Samuel noticed for the first time a determined look in his eyes, a look very similar to one he'd often seen in Isaac's. Eli studied him across the flames.
My guess? I think he's planning to take out all the big settlements from the Hudson to the coast. Manchester is one of the biggest. It would give him an almost unlimited supply of slaves to send west, and plenty of other resources, too. We heard that soldier ask about the informant, Samuel said. You were taking him to see someone from Manchester, weren't you?
Eli's eyes widened. Then after a beat, he shrugged.
Yeah. No point lying. I won't be able to go back to Catskill anyway. So, no more dealings with the Chinese.
Max didn't think he looked too upset at this prospect.
What information were they after? Defenses, numbers, leadership. The Chinese don't just raid. They plan. They prepare. I think they have informants in all the major settlements. Sometimes even more than one. Even higher-ups, like the one in Manchester. High up? Max asked disbelievingly. No way. I know you don't want to believe it, but the Chinese pay well for inside information, and if you don't accept payment, they find other ways to persuade you. Who is it? Samuel demanded, leaning forward. Are you sure you want to know? Eli asked. He set down his stick, his face now serious. It might put you in danger. Yes, said Max. We'll deal with it, said Samuel. Okay, if you say so. I guess you probably know him. His name is... Eli suddenly jolted upright, clutching at his throat as his words dissolved into gagging. For a moment, Samuel thought he was choking on food. Then he noticed the compact knife handle jutting from his throat, between his failing, blood-soaked fingers. Both Manchester boys rose to their feet, looking on in horror as Eli's eyes bulged in shock and disbelief. His mouth opened and closed, each attempt to speak only producing a horrific gurgle as blood poured from his mouth and over his chin, his fingers scrabbling at the knife's handle, trembling with desperation and shock. Then Eli pitched forward, collapsing face first into the fire, sending a burst of sparks and embers roaring into the night. Samuel and Max scrambled backward, horrified, then rushed forward and dragged Eli from the flames. Samuel rolled him onto his back, frantically swatting at the glowing embers clinging to his clothes. The slaver's eyes had rolled into the back of his head, and his chest was not rising. Max choked back a cry as Eli's body convulsed once, then went still, his lifeless eyes fixed on the star-strewn sky above as smoke curled from his smoldering clothing. Samuel seized a burning length of wood from the fire and whipped around, ready to fight the unseen killer. After a second, a figure detached itself from the shadows of the trees bordering the campsite. The firelight caught the face of the newcomer, revealing familiar features. Julian? Samuel gasped, shocked to see the newest council member here in the woods. Julian approached the fire, his expression shifting from vigilance to relief. Thank God you're both okay, he said, his voice concerned. I found bodies back on the road, Chinese soldiers.
I thought you were in danger." Samuel stared at the knife in Eli's throat, then back at Julian, struggling to process the sudden violence. You killed him. He saved us," Max added, his voice shaking. "The Chinese soldiers were going to execute us, and he killed them. He wasn't threatening us." Julian moved closer, kneeling beside Eli's body and calmly retrieving his knife. He wiped the blade clean on the dead man's jacket before returning it to a sheath at his belt. "Are you sure?" he asked. "I thought you were in danger. These slavers are unpredictable, violent, and I thought I saw him make a move." He looked up at the boys, his expression softening. "Sorry. I acted on instinct." The cold efficiency with which Julian had killed Eli and retrieved his weapon disturbed Samuel deeply, but he was too shocked to process it fully. The revelation that Manchester had a traitor, someone high up, combined with the sudden appearance of Julian and Eli's violent death, left him reeling. "We need to return to Manchester immediately," Julian continued, moving to douse the fire. "Your parents are beside themselves with worry. Isaac was organizing a search party when I left." "You came alone?" Samuel asked, his voice hollow. Julian nodded. "Yes. I was getting ready for a run when I heard you hadn't arrived back yet. I knew we'd lose valuable time waiting to form a party, so I set out on my own." He gave them an assessing look. "Are either of you injured? What happened with the Chinese soldiers?" Max glanced at Samuel, still visibly shaken by what they'd witnessed. "They ambushed us," Samuel said, finding his voice. "We were hiding when Eli, the slaver, killed them. He told us we had to camp with him tonight." "He forced you?" "No. Well, yes, I guess." Julian studied him for a moment. "These slavers work with the Chinese now. They can't be trusted. Did any of them say anything else? The soldiers or this guy?" "No, sir," Samuel said, giving Max an imperceptible shake of the head when he raised an eyebrow. "Right," Julian said. He stomped out the last of the fire, plunging the clearing into darkness broken only by the faint shimmer of starlight. In the sudden gloom, his face became a mask of shadows. "Come on," he added, his voice leaving no room for argument. "Let's get your horses. Your parents will be beside themselves with worry." As they gathered their gear, Samuel caught Max's eye. The weight of Eli's death pressed on them both, but so did something else. Someone in Manchester, someone with power, had been feeding information to the Chinese, and now, thanks to Eli's sudden end, they'd never find out who. "All set?" Julian asked once the boys were mounted. Samuel gave a slow nod, still reeling from the night's events. "Yeah, we're ready." Julian hadn't ridden a horse. He was an excellent runner, having trained with the messengers for over a year, and had both speed and stamina. He fell into stride beside Max's mount, easily matching the horse's steady trot with the rhythm of someone long accustomed to endurance. "We'll be home before you know it," he said as they set out. Both boys were lost in their thoughts as the shock of what they'd witnessed slowly waned. Samuel felt sorrow for Eli's demise, but as the slaver's body lay cooling somewhere behind them in the dark, it wasn't just sorrow that settled in his gut. It was the ice-cold certainty of a different feeling altogether. Suspicion. There'd been a hardness in Julian's eyes when he killed Eli, a flash of something Samuel couldn't quite name, but didn't trust. And now,
With the only man who might have exposed the traitor gone, Julian was suddenly leading them home, on foot, in the dark. Part 4. Revelations. 13. Ben's horse crested the final hill overlooking Niverville just as the sun began its final descent toward the horizon. After 3 days of hard marching, they'd finally reached their destination, well on time for the planned attack in the wee hours of tomorrow morning. He pulled the reins gently, bringing the animal to a stop as he surveyed the terrain ahead. Behind him stretched the column of Ashland fighters, 300 strong, their yellow arrow insignias visible on shoulders and makeshift standards. The absurdity of the situation wasn't lost on him. 15 years ago, he'd been a schoolboy in England, worrying about homework and football matches. Now, astride a horse with 300 fighters behind him, he was preparing to lead an assault at dawn. It was like a scene out of Gladiator, if Russell Crowe had been paler, skinnier, and slightly more terrified. The remains of the small town of Niverville rested in a low-lying hollow between gentle, wooded hills. Most of the buildings had been reclaimed by nature in the years since the collapse, and those still visible were vacant and crumbling. But near the old Niverville station, now a dilapidated shell, Ben could see activity, campfires, sentries, and the unmistakable blue and white of Manchester's colors. The jeep pulled up beside him, and Decker stood up, surveying the town.
Defensible position, he noted approvingly. Good sight lines, multiple escape routes.
Nathan chose well, Ben agreed. Let's announce ourselves before your people make the sentries nervous. He turned in his saddle, signaling to Carter, who lifted a horn to her lips and blew 3 short blasts, followed by 1 long note, the agreed-upon signal of their approach. The response came immediately, 2 short blasts echoing between the hills. "Let's go," Ben said, nudging his horse forward down the slope. The driver eased the jeep into motion at a slow pace so they could fall in behind Ben. As they neared the edge of the encampment, a small welcome party emerged to meet them on foot. Nathan Reeves led the way, his compact frame upright and purposeful, flanked by 2 armed Manchester fighters. Ben waved the column behind him to a halt and urged his horse forward at a gentle walk. Reeves's face broke into a weary smile as he approached Ben.
Right on time, he said. Come sunset, I would have started to fret. Had to take the scenic route,
Ben replied, dismounting with a grunt. His muscles protested after days in the saddle.
Collapsed bridge near Taconic.
Reeves nodded. There'll be more of that over the next few years as nature does what it does, I imagine. He looked past Ben at the Ashland Army. Impressive force. Ben nodded toward Decker, who had jumped out of the jeep and joined them.
Nathan Reeves, meet Decker, leader of Ashland, and his captains, Carter, Alvarez, and Regan.
Reeves extended his hand, which Decker shook firmly. Welcome to what's left of Niverville. Your reputation precedes you.
I've heard of you too, messenger,
Decker replied. There was respect in his voice.
My people are ready to fight. Just point us in the right direction.
Reeves gestured toward the left flank of their encampment.
Let's get your officers situated. The main force can set up camp in the eastern fields. We've scouted it. Good water supply, easily defensible.
As they walked towards the officers' area of the camp, Reeves leaned closer to Ben.
Any word from Luke or Albany?
Nothing since we left, Ben admitted. But if all went according to plan, they should be moving into position tonight. 200 fighters had turned the area around the old Niverville station into a tightly run military camp. Tents ringed the perimeter, and the steady rhythm of sharpening blades mixed with the quiet voices of returning scouts and fighting drills. Despite the scarce resources, Reeves had carved order from the ruins. "Your officers can join ours. We're using the old station building for quarters," Reeves said, gesturing toward the weathered structure that had once served train passengers. "We've been using it as our command post, too." Inside, the former station lobby had been cleared and repurposed. Lanterns hung from exposed beams, casting a warm, flickering glow over maps, diagrams, and lists pinned to the walls. 3 of Manchester's squad leaders stood as the newcomers entered, their discussion falling silent. "Chloe, Ed, Marcus, meet our allies from Ashland," Reeves announced. "Decker and his captains." Chloe stepped forward first, her posture wary but professional. Ben noted the flicker of recognition in her eyes. She had fought against the Marauders years ago during a minor skirmish over territory that had been resolved quickly. "Welcome," she said simply, extending her hand to each of the Ashland leaders in turn. "Your timing is excellent. We were just finalizing our plans when we heard the horns." "How current is your intelligence on the base?" Alvarez asked, moving immediately to the maps. 3 days old," Reeves admitted. "We've had scouts monitoring from a distance, but we haven't risked closer reconnaissance since Luke left. Didn't want to alert them to our presence." Decker stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Strange we didn't encounter any Chinese activity on our journey here. No patrols or scouts. I think after they're ready in Castleton, they plan to knock out Albany, then consolidate and come after the rest of us. Until then, they appear to be keeping to themselves, maybe hoping to avoid any trouble." "All the more reason to strike quickly," Reeves said, turning to a detailed map of Castleton. "An hour before dawn tomorrow, as planned, unless we hear otherwise from Albany." Ben watched as the leaders from both settlements gathered around the map, former enemies now united against a common threat. Decker and his captains integrated seamlessly into the planning, offering insights and tactical suggestions that revealed their considerable expertise, particularly Regan, who had trained pre-fall. "We'll approach from here," Reeves explained, tracing a route with his finger. "Your forces can flank from the southeast, creating a pincer movement." "The terrain favors us here," Carter noted, pointing to a ridge. "Good elevation for archers." As the tactical discussion continued, Ben stepped back, allowing the military minds to do what they did best. Despite the early animosity between Manchester and the Marauders, an animosity he felt very personally, these fighters spoke the same language, the language of survival. Later, as dusk settled over the camp, Ben sat with Decker and Reeves around a small fire, finishing a spare meal of jerky and wild onions. Around them, the combined forces of Manchester and Ashland prepared for the coming battle. The Ashland fighters had set up their camp with the same efficiency they'd shown on the march, integrating their defensive perimeter with Manchester's existing setup. "I never thought I'd see this day," Reeves admitted, watching as fighters from both settlements shared meals and stories. "Marauders and Manchester, a combined army, breaking bread." "Ashland," Decker corrected mildly. "We haven't been marauders for a long time." Ben studied him across the flames. "Times change," he said. "People, too." Decker nodded slowly. "Yeah, they do." He looked up at the darkening sky, then raised his tin cup. "Tomorrow we fight together. For all our futures. For all our futures." Reeves and Ben echoed his somber toast. As night fell completely, the camp settled into an uneasy quiet, the tension of the coming dawn hanging over every tent and campfire. Inevitably, tomorrow would bring blood and chaos, victory or defeat. Luke's shoulders ached as he settled onto the fallen log, the campfire's warmth barely penetrating his exhaustion. The dense woods surrounding their position hid the 100 or so Albany fighters now making final preparations for tomorrow's pre-dawn assault. Somewhere beyond these trees lay the Chinese base at Castleton, unaware of the storm gathering in the darkness. Jack Monahan dropped down beside him, holding 2 tin cups of steaming coffee. He passed one to Luke.
Scout reports just came in. No change in the Chinese patrol patterns. They haven't spotted us.
Luke accepted the cup gratefully, letting the warmth seep into his palms. Good. Let's hope it stays that way for... He glanced at his watch. Another 6 hours. The nighttime forest around them buzzed with hushed activity. Fighters checking weapons one last time. Squad leaders reviewing positions. Medics organizing supplies. Despite the subdued atmosphere, Luke could feel the tension vibrating through the camp like an electric current. Think they're ready? Luke asked quietly, nodding toward the Albany forces. Jack took a sip of his coffee, wincing at its strength.
As ready as they can be.
Luke nodded, replaying in his mind the day's journey. Their departure from Albany that morning feeling like it had happened weeks ago, rather than hours. Haley Lynn's face remained vivid in his memory, her eyes resolute as she addressed her forces before they moved out.
This isn't just about Albany or Manchester or Ashland, she had told them. This is about whether the Chinese take back the land our people wrested back from them in that first year. It's about whether free settlements continue to exist in this region. Free people.
Her words had carried through the ranks, steeling their resolve for what lay ahead.
We're not just fighting to hold a line. We're fighting to prove that what we built from the ruins of America still matters. That freedom isn't a memory. It's a fire. And we're the ones keeping it burning.
Luke felt the hair on the back of his neck rise, and wouldn't have been shocked if she'd finished with a shouted,
"What we do in life echoes in eternity."
She didn't need to. The charge in the air afterward was real, like an electric current humming through the ranks. Men and women who had looked worried and uncertain moments earlier now stood taller, their eyes fixed on the road ahead with purpose. Luke glanced toward the command tent, where Haley had stopped at the opening to look back as they left. He gave a small, respectful nod, which she returned. Jack saluted and gave the order to move out. The subsequent journey had been arduous but efficient. The converted electric buses, with their solar panels and makeshift armor, transporting 100 fighters, another 50 on horseback, and 400 on foot, moving in disciplined formation. They traveled in stages, the motorized units pushing ahead, while the infantry followed, finally reuniting at this staging area, 5 miles from the Chinese position. Your President Lin has grown into quite the leader, Luke said, returning to the present.
She always was, for as long as I've known her at least. Her father was, too.
How did you come to be in Texas? You don't have the accent.
Long story.
Well, I've got time, he grinned, holding up the coffee. This devil's brew might just keep me awake for a week.
Pretty bad, isn't it?
He said, and threw the remains of his in the grass.
All right, I'll give you the condensed version.
Over the course of the next hour, Jack told an abbreviated and less than complete version of his Hell Week and the months following. The parts he left out were only those that to this day were still too painful to recount, and centered around the loss of his sister. Luke was especially interested in his experience in Texas, including the attack on the fuel depot and the final battle. Sounds like you gave them hell, said Luke.
Yeah,
said Jack. "And they gave it right back. I wonder sometimes if we should have just kept to ourselves in the forest." "Nah, you said it yourself. They knew you were there. It was only a matter of time before they flushed you out." Jack nodded. A figure approached, saluting Jack crisply.
"Captain, all units report ready. The approach routes are clear and the ambush positions are set."
"Smith and Swanson's squads?" Jack asked, his voice dropping. The squad leader's expression tightened.
"In position as ordered, sir."
After the man departed, Luke raised an eyebrow. "Concerned about those two squad leaders?"
"They'll follow orders, but they might not show initiative if things get tough."
Luke nodded, remembering Lynn pulling him aside just before her speech.
"Be careful with Harmon's people,"
she had cautioned, her voice barely audible above the preparations.
"Two squad leaders, Smith and Swanson, are former underlings of his. I don't think he'd stoke outright treason, but we can't be sure if he still has influence over them."
"I'll keep an eye on them," Luke assured Jack now, just as he had promised Lynn. The captain nodded gratefully.
"I'm going to do one more round at the camp. Get some rest if you can. Go time will come quick."
As Jack moved away, Luke leaned back against a tree trunk, allowing himself a moment of reflection. The excitement he'd felt leading the army out of Albany remained, but now it was tempered with the weight of responsibility. Around him, the camp settled into uneasy rest. In just a few hours, these same fighters would be charging into combat, poorly armed and equipped, facing trained soldiers and automatic weapons. The combined armies of Albany, Manchester, and Ashland aligned against Castleton were 1,000 strong. That meant the lives of 1,000 men and women, all riding on a calculated gamble. His thoughts drifted to Becky and his daughters, to Isaac and the others back in Manchester, to what awaited them all if they failed tomorrow. He'd just have to do his best to make sure they didn't. Luke drained the last of his cooling coffee and set the cup aside, closing his eyes. 14. Moonlight silvered the abandoned highway as Isaac, Diana, and Vincent guided their horses along the route between Ashland and Manchester. They had been riding for hours, pushing steadily eastward with growing anxiety. A near full moon hung overhead, casting enough light to follow the road, but leaving the surrounding forests in deep shadow.
"We should have found them by now,"
Diana said, her voice tight with worry. She scanned the tree line for any movement, any hint of her son and Max.
"Even if they'd stopped for the night, they should be on this road."
Isaac nodded grimly.
"Unless something forced them off it."
Vincent, riding slightly behind them, suddenly straightened in his saddle.
"Listen,"
he said, raising a hand. They reined their horses to a stop, straining to hear. At first there was only the whisper of wind through autumn leaves and the occasional call of a nocturnal bird. Then it came, the distant rhythm of hoofbeats, approaching at a trot from the east.
"Riders,"
Vincent said, his young face tense with concentration in the moonlight. Isaac drew his pistol, keeping it low against his thigh.
"Diana, take position behind that wreck,"
he directed, nodding toward an abandoned car half reclaimed by vegetation.
"Vincent, circle left through the trees to come around behind them. I'll hail them."
As Diana and Vincent moved into position, Isaac guided his mount to the center of the roadway, where the moonlight would catch his blue and white armband. He waited, body relaxed but alert, fingers steady on his weapon. The riders appeared around a bend in the road, emerging from shadow into a patch of moonlight. Isaac squinted, trying to make out details in the silvery illumination.
"Hold,"
he called out, voice firm but not hostile.
Identify yourselves.
The horses slowed, and a familiar voice called back,
Dad, it's me and Samuel.
Relief flooded through Isaac as he recognized his son's voice.
It's okay, it's them,
he called to Diana. Diana emerged from her cover position, her horse cantering forward.
Samuel,
she called, dropping out of her saddle as the boys drew closer. Isaac realized with confusion that there was someone else with them, a figure on foot, moving smoothly alongside the horses. His hand went back to his pistol just as the moonlight revealed the familiar face of Manchester's newest council member.
Julian?
Julian raised a hand in greeting, somehow appearing composed even after running beside the horses for God knows how long.
Yes, sir.
Max pushed his mount toward Isaac, his exhausted face lighting up.
Dad!
Max exclaimed, the tension in his young frame visibly easing as Isaac reached over to clasp his shoulder. Samuel had dismounted and was squirming to escape the too long embrace of his mother.
Where have you been?
Isaac asked, looking between the boys.
You should have been back yesterday.
Before Max could answer, Julian spoke up.
They ran into trouble on the road, he explained. Chinese soldiers. I found them in the hands of a slaver.
A slaver?
Vincent asked, moving his horse closer.
Julian nodded. Dead now. I thought he attacked them, so I dealt with him.
Nobody noticed the fleeting look that Max and Samuel shared.
You left Manchester on foot?
Isaac asked, surprised but not suspicious.
I couldn't find you or Indigo, and there were no horses saddled,
Julian replied with a casual shrug.
And I run every day anyway. Figured it was worth trying.
Well, you found them,
Diana said, her attention focused mainly on her son.
Thank God.
Isaac nodded gratefully to Julian.
Great work. Diana, can you, Julian, and Vincent water the horses?
He turned to the boys.
And you two, help me check this map. I want to mark where this encounter happened. Chinese soldiers this close to our territory is concerning.
As Julian, Diana, and Vincent led the horses toward a small stream visible through the trees and glimmering in the moonlight, Isaac spread a worn map across the hood of the abandoned car. Max and Samuel huddled close.
We ran into them here,
Max said, pointing to a spot along the road they'd traveled.
Near that old gas station with the collapsed roof. 3 slavers and 2 Chinese soldiers. But they weren't in uniform, like they were pretending to be slavers.
Samuel went on to explain what happened, the deadly disagreement, and how they'd been discovered, and finally, how the escaped slaver had rescued them from the Chinese soldiers.
He wouldn't let us come home,
said Max.
But he wasn't evil. He said we shouldn't travel at night and to camp with him.
He pointed at the map again.
Here, until morning. Then Julian killed him. You think he was going to let you come home? Was he threatening you?
Asked Isaac. Max shook his head. Samuel looked over his shoulder and saw Diana, Vincent, and Julian leading the horses back into the clearing. The volume of his voice dropped to almost nothing, but his tone was urgent.
We need to talk when we get back, but not in front of Julian.
Isaac regarded Samuel and saw immediately that the boy was deadly serious. Understanding the need for caution, he gave him an almost imperceptible nod, and then turned back to the map as the others approached.
Good, this helps,
he said in a normal tone as he marked the spots with a pencil.
Anything else I should note? The Chinese soldiers had better weapons than we've seen before,
Max offered loudly enough for his voice to carry naturally.
Automatic rifles.
Diana moved closer, genuine concern on her face.
How many were there?
2,
said Julian, answering for them.
Both dead at the hands of the slaver I killed. Dangerous folk.
The boys were lucky I showed when I did." Max and Samuel shared a fleeting look as Isaac folded the map and tucked it away.
"Yes. For now, I'm just glad they're both safe,"
Isaac said, placing a reassuring hand on each boy's shoulder.
"Let's get you home."
Isaac intended to find out exactly what Samuel was concerned about as soon as they were safely behind Manchester's walls. 15. Luke crouched in the shadow of a twisted oak, watching his breath ghost in the pre-dawn chill. The forest around him had fallen utterly silent, as if nature itself sensed the violence about to erupt. Behind him, 50 Albany fighters waited in similar positions, their bodies tense with anticipation, weapons clutched in white-knuckled grips. Through breaks in the trees, he could make out the Chinese base at Castleton. What had once been a quiet Hudson Valley town was now a military installation taking shape. Perimeter defenses, supply depots, and barracks, all illuminated by harsh floodlights powered by humming generators. Guards patrolled in predictable patterns, their movements betraying no awareness of the forces surrounding them. Jack Monahan slid silently beside Luke, his face streaked with dark camouflage paint.
10 minutes,
he whispered, checking his watch.
"All positions report ready."
Luke nodded, scanning the eastern approach where Ben and the combined Manchester-Ashland forces would strike. In the dim light, he couldn't see them, which was exactly the point. If all had gone according to plan, 500 fighters were now in position, ready to spring the trap.
"They've got no idea what's coming,"
Jack commented quietly. Luke wasn't so sure. The patrol seemed too relaxed. He had expected more vigilance from trained soldiers establishing a forward base in hostile territory, but in the end, chalked it up to complacency. "Maybe," he replied cautiously, "but stay sharp." Jack clapped him briefly on the shoulder before melting back into the trees to make final preparations. Luke remained where he was, watching as the sky began to lighten incrementally. The attack was timed for that uncertain moment between night and day, when human eyes adjust poorly to changing light conditions. 5 minutes passed with agonizing slowness. Luke drew his knife, the blade a dull gleam in the half-light. The pistol at his hip was a last resort. The initial assault would prioritize silence, taking out sentries and watchposts before the main force emerged from the trees. His right hand flexed on the knife's hilt, while his hook hand remained steady against his knee. 3 minutes. His mind flashed unexpectedly to Becky and the girls, their faces as he'd left them, Aaron's solemn eyes, Elizabeth's trembling lip. He pushed the image away. Focus was everything now. 1 minute. Heart pounding, Luke signaled to the nearest squad leader. The man nodded and passed the signal down the line. Throughout the forest, the same silent communication was happening. Hundreds of fighters preparing for the synchronized assault. Luke checked his watch. 5:29 a.m. A loon's call pierced the silence. 3 notes. The signal from the eastern flank that Ben's forces were in position and ready. Jack's whistle answered. 2 short notes indicating Albany was a go. Luke breathed deeply once, then rose to a crouch. The eastern sky had lightened just enough to make out shapes and movement across the camp. 5:30 a.m. Like shadows suddenly granted purpose, the first wave of fighters emerged silently from the trees. 4 teams converged on the perimeter guard posts, taking down sentries with knives, spears, and arrows before alarms could be raised. Luke moved with his team toward the eastern fence line, watching as 2 Albany fighters cut through the chain link with bolt cutters. Behind them, the main force waited for the breach. Then it happened. The unmistakable crack of a rifle shot, followed by shouting from the northern perimeter.
"Someone spotted us,"
Jack hissed unnecessarily as he appeared at Luke's side.
"Go now."
The plan shifted instantly from stealth to overwhelming force. Luke raised his arm and brought it down sharply. The signal rippled through the waiting fighters, and with a collective roar, they charged from the tree line. The eastern perimeter erupted in chaos as Ben's forces simultaneously broke cover. The combined armies of Manchester, Ashland, and Albany converged on Castleton from two directions, a pincer movement designed to split the Chinese defenders' attention. Luke sprinted through the breach in the fence, knife in hand, heading for the nearest guard tower. Around him, fighters poured into the compound, their weapons a mixed assortment of pre-collapse firearms, bows, and improvised melee weapons. The Chinese soldiers recovered quickly from their initial surprise. Alarms wailed, floodlights swung wildly, and the crack of gunfire filled the air as defenders rushed to their positions. Luke reached the base of the guard tower where two Chinese soldiers were laying down suppressing fire with an automatic rifle. He signaled to three Albany fighters who'd followed him, gesturing for a flanking maneuver. While the three fighters provided a distraction, Luke circled around, and despite his hook, scaled the tower's metal ladder quickly. At the top, he caught the gunner completely by surprise, his knife finding its mark before the man could turn. The second soldier spun, raising his sidearm, but Luke was already moving, driving his shoulder into the man's midsection and sending them both crashing against the railing. The pistol discharged harmlessly into the air as they grappled. Luke's hook caught the man's arm, pinning it while his right hand drove the knife home. The soldier went limp. From the elevated position, Luke had a momentary bird's-eye view of the unfolding battle. The surprise attack had succeeded in creating initial chaos, but the Chinese forces were rallying, forming defensive positions around key structures. In the center of the base, a building with a tall antenna seemed to be their priority. Soldiers were creating a perimeter around it.
"Luke!"
Jack's voice called from below.
"We need to push toward that building. I think it's the communications center. We can't let them call for backup."
Luke slid down the ladder, landing with a grunt beside Jack and a dozen Albany fighters. Together they pressed deeper into the base, engaging clusters of defenders as they advanced. Across the compound, Ben's forces had breached the eastern perimeter and were driving toward the center. Luke caught glimpses of Yellow Arrow insignias amid the fighting. The Marauders, living up to their reputation for ferocity, had spearheaded that assault. For 20 minutes, the battle raged without clear advantage. The attackers had numbers, but the Chinese had superior weapons. Bodies from both sides littered the ground as the sun finally crested the horizon, casting long shadows across the battlefield. Luke and Jack's unit had fought their way to within 50 yards of the communications building when they hit a wall of coordinated resistance. The initial shock of the attack had worn off, and the Chinese forces were rallying.
"Look there!"
Jack shouted, pointing. Luke followed his gesture and saw him, a tall figure in a crisp uniform, standing on the steps of the communications center. Unlike the other Chinese soldiers with their standard-issue equipment, this man was young, but wore an officer's cap and carried himself with unmistakable authority. His voice cut through the chaos as he barked orders in Mandarin, gesturing sharply to organize his troops.
"That's their commander,"
Luke realized aloud.
"He's coordinating the entire defense."
Under the officer's direction, the Chinese forces were rapidly forming into a disciplined defensive formation, creating interlocking fields of fire that halted the attackers' advance. Wherever the tall officer pointed, soldiers rushed to reinforce, turning what had been a chaotic resistance into a cohesive barrier. Luke assessed the situation quickly. The officer was beyond the effective range for most of their weapons in the chaos of battle, but his position on the elevated steps made him the perfect focal point for his troops.
"We need to take him out," Luke decided. "Break their chain of command."
Jack's eyes narrowed as he scanned the battlefield. His gaze fell on a fallen Albany fighter nearby, a man Luke recognized as one of their best spear throwers. The handmade weapon lay beside his body, its metal tip gleaming in the morning light. Without a word, Jack darted from cover, sliding into position beside the fallen fighter. He retrieved the spear and began running towards the enemy, testing its weight and balance as he went. "Cover me!" he shouted to the nearest squad.
"Jack, no!"
Luke yelled, quickly signaling the fighters around to advance. Jack didn't hear him, or chose not to, but the men with him began laying down suppressing fire, forcing the Chinese defenders to duck behind their barricades. Through the haze of smoke and chaos, Luke saw the enemy officer glance in their direction, then at the lone figure charging at him through the mayhem. Calmly, the officer reached down and drew a pistol from the holster on his hip. Luke screamed a warning, but the moment stretched unnaturally, as if time itself were holding its breath. In that suspended heartbeat, two things happened simultaneously. Jack launched the spear, sending it sailing over the battlefield in a perfect arc, and the officer fired his pistol. The crack of the shot tore through the din, and Jack's body jolted mid-stride. His momentum carried him forward another step or two before his legs buckled beneath him. Before he hit the ground in a tangle of limbs and dust, his spear found its mark. The officer staggered backward, looking down at the shaft protruding from his chest with open-eyed surprise. The pistol dropped from his nerveless hand, and he collapsed to his knees before crashing down the steps. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The Chinese defense, which had been functioning as a coordinated unit, suddenly fragmented into isolated pockets of resistance. Soldiers looked to where their leader had fallen, hesitating as the chain of command collapsed.
"Now!"
Luke roared, running to his fallen comrade.
"Push forward! Take that building!"
He dropped to his knees beside Jack, heart pounding as he took in the still form sprawled in the dirt. Jack wasn't moving. His face was turned to the side, eyes closed, lips slack. Blood was already pooling beneath him, dark and spreading fast.
"Jack?"
Luke's voice cracked. He grabbed the man's vest, shaking him once, twice.
"Damn it, Jack!"
Then suddenly, a hand clamped weakly onto his wrist. Luke froze. Jack blinked, groaning through clenched teeth.
"Did I get him?"
he rasped. Relief hit Luke like a wave, dizzying in its intensity. He let out a shaky breath, pressing a hand to Jack's shoulder to keep him down.
"Shit. I thought you were dead,"
he said, voice low.
"Yeah, you got him. Hell of a shot."
Jack smiled.
"Who knew varsity javelin would come in handy at the end of the world?"
Luke inspected the wound quickly, hands steady despite the adrenaline still surging through him. The bullet had torn a ragged furrow through Jack's left shoulder, soaking his jacket and shirt with blood. It looked severe, but appeared to have missed anything vital like bones, nerves, or arteries.
"I'm fine,"
Jack grunted, his face pale but determined as he struggled to sit up.
"Just wing me."
Luke tore a strip from his own shirt, quickly binding the wound to slow the bleeding.
"Can you move?"
Jack answered by gripping Luke's arm and pulling himself to his feet, swaying slightly before steadying.
"Not going to miss the rest of the show,"
he said through gritted teeth.
"Let's finish this."
They had started towards the building their men were in the process of breaching when a tremendous explosion rocked the eastern side of the camp. Luke turned to see a plume of black smoke rising from what had been an ammunition depot. Ben's forces had found their target. The explosion created the diversion they needed. With a renewed charge, Luke and Jack led their fighters toward the communications building, using the momentary confusion to eliminate the last of the resistance. The reinforced door gave way with a heavy crack as their men surged inside. The sharp staccato of gunfire echoed from within, short bursts, followed by shouting and the unmistakable thud of bodies hitting the ground. Luke exchanged a glance with Jack, who nodded once, jaw clenched tight. They followed their men in, weapons ready, stepping into the heart of enemy territory. Smoke hung in the air, and the dim interior reeked of ozone, sweat, and blood. Broken equipment was strewn across the floor, shattered monitors, sparking cables, and overturned chairs. Bodies lay scattered among the wreckage, some face down, others twisted where they'd fallen. One man was slumped over a console, the darkened monitor decorated with a clean bullet hole. A headset hung askew on his head, the mic sandwiched between his slack mouth and the keyboard.
"He was yelling into it when we came in,"
one of the fighters said, eyeing the smoking console.
"Frantic. We figure he was calling for help."
Luke eyed the scene. A cold knot twisted in his stomach. "Let's hope no one was listening," he muttered. He and Jack made their way out of the building. 20 yards away, Luke spotted a familiar face among Ben's approaching forces. Decker, the leader of Ashland, bloodied but unbowed. They shook hands. "Is it in hand?" Luke asked.
"Yes, all but done. We have 11 who surrendered. The rest are dead or gone."
"Ben?"
"He's good. Actually, here he comes."
Luke waved at his friend, and an exhausted Ben came over, followed by the Marauder lieutenants who had all survived. After introductions and a quick debrief, they made plans to retrieve their dead and strip the camp of weapons, ammunition, and vehicles. "We need to make this quick. They may have gotten off a Mayday call before we finish them." The base was soon a hive of activity, with injured and dead being loaded. Teams of fighters methodically scouring the ruins of the base, collecting weapons, ammunition, and medical supplies. The firearms were especially valuable. Many of their fighters still relied on bows, spears, and improvised weapons. Now they could distribute modern firearms among more of their ranks. During their sweep of the compound, they discovered a garage housing 3 military transport trucks, as well as several jeeps and motorcycles, all operational and fueled.
"These will be perfect to carry our wounded and dead,"
Ben noted, inspecting one of the trucks.
"and whatever supplies we can salvage."
Jack, his shoulder now properly bandaged by an Albany medic, supervised the loading of salvaged equipment, settling more than one argument over who would receive the commandeered weapons. It had already been decided that they would all fall back to Niverville, where they would work out who was taking what and plan their next moves. By mid-morning, they had organized their retreat. The commandeered trucks, now filled with their fallen comrades, the critically wounded, and salvaged supplies, were positioned at the front of the convoy. The walking wounded would follow behind, supported by their comrades, while the strongest fighters would form a rear guard to watch for pursuit. As Luke supervised the final preparations, he noticed a distant thudding sound over the bustle in the camp. "What's that sound?" he asked, cocking his head. Jack froze beside him, his face draining of color.
"No,"
he whispered.
"it can't be.
Our intel was clear that they had no aircraft."
The sound grew louder, unmistakable now. The distinctive chop of helicopter rotors, approaching fast from the south. "Get these trucks moving," Luke shouted. "Everybody on foot, get to cover." The trucks roared into life and sped off as fighters scattered, diving for whatever shelter they could find as the sound intensified. Less than 2 minutes later, they appeared over the tree line, 2 attack helicopters, their menacing silhouettes distinct against the morning sky and growing second by second.
"How the hell do they have those?"
Ben gasped. "No time," Luke snapped. "Get under cover now." "You too," Ben called, before heading for the fence line. The helicopters banked low, rotors screaming. 16. Isaac hadn't slept well. He'd wanted to speak with the boys immediately upon their return to Manchester, but Indigo had intervened, her gentle hand on his arm and concern etched in her eyes.
"They're exhausted," she'd said. "Whatever they need to tell you can wait until morning." "You didn't see Samuel's face,"
Isaac countered, his voice low.
Something happened out there that he's afraid to talk about, and that involves Julian.
Indigo had studied him, her expression thoughtful.
All the more reason to let them rest. They'll need clear heads to explain properly, and you'll need yours to listen.
She had squeezed his hand.
Dawn is only a few hours away.
Reluctantly, he'd agreed, but sleep had proven elusive. Instead, he found himself replaying the strange dynamics he'd observed between the boys and Julian during their journey home. The curious glances, the subtle tension whenever Julian spoke. Even more disturbing was Samuel's whispered warning.
We need to talk, but not in front of Julian.
What had the newest council member done? Or seen? And why had he gone searching for the boys alone, on foot, without telling anyone? Isaac had finally drifted into a restless sleep sometime after midnight, only to snap awake in the pre-dawn darkness, his senses immediately alert to something amiss. He lay still, listening. The Brady-Sullivan Tower was rarely completely quiet. Even at this hour, there was always someone on watch, someone preparing food for the next day, someone caring for the sick. But the sounds that had woken him didn't fit the normal pattern of Manchester's nocturnal rhythms. A soft scrape outside his door. Footsteps, deliberately light, moving past in the hallway. Isaac slipped from beside Indigo's sleeping form, careful not to wake her. He pulled on his boots and a shirt, then reached for the knife he kept beside the bed, a habit from the early, dangerous days that he'd never abandoned. Easing the door open, he peered into the dimly lit hallway. A figure was moving toward the stairwell, a man with a packed rucksack slung over one shoulder. Even in the poor light, there was no mistaking Julian's lean frame and characteristic gait. Isaac stepped into the corridor.
Going somewhere?
Julian froze. Slowly, he turned, his expression carefully neutral despite being caught.
Early patrol,
he said smoothly.
Couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd check the eastern approaches.
Isaac moved closer, studying the man's face. The explanation was plausible. Julian had taken extra patrols frequently before joining the council, but something in his eyes didn't match the casual tone of his voice.
I'd prefer you stay here,
Isaac said quietly.
I was planning to debrief you later this morning, after I talked to the boys.
A flicker of something. Annoyance, concern, maybe guilt, crossed Julian's features before disappearing behind a practiced smile. I'll be back mid-morning. Scouts reported some movement east of here yesterday. Thought I'd check it out before bringing it to the council. Isaac noted the bulging rucksack, far too full for a simple patrol.
With all your possessions?
Julian's smile faltered. His posture shifted subtly, weight moving to the balls of his feet. It was a small tell, one that might have gone unnoticed by someone less attuned to the signals of impending violence. But Isaac had survived 15 years in this broken world by learning such signs.
What does Samuel want to tell me, Julian?
Isaac asked directly, his own stance widening slightly in response.
He's a spy,
said a voice from behind Isaac. He glanced over his shoulder and saw a sleep-tousled but determined-looking Samuel in the hallway. Julian's eyes hardened, the pretense dropping away. Stupid kids. My first impulse was to kill you and blame it on the slavers. I should have.
The slaver,
Isaac pressed.
You killed him to silence him, didn't you? What was he going to tell the boys?
Julian's laugh was cold and unfamiliar. It doesn't matter. The cat's out of the bag now.
So you have been feeding information to the Chinese. Not just information,
Julian corrected, a hint of pride creeping into his voice.
Strategy, defenses, council decisions. The only information I had left to give them was of your attack on Castleton.
Isaac's hand tightened on his knife, but he kept it lowered, hoping to learn more.
Why? What could they possibly offer worth betraying your own people?
My own people? Julian's face twisted.
Manchester isn't my home. It's just another settlement of scavengers living off the scraps of the old world. General Howe offers something better. A return to order, to civilization. The Chinese have rebuilt what America couldn't. They have factories, schools, hospitals, real power. Power built on slavery,
Isaac countered.
On blood.
Julian shrugged.
And what do you get out of this bargain?
Isaac asked, genuinely curious despite the growing tension between them.
A place in the new order? Security? Purpose? Leadership?
Julian's eyes gleamed in the dim light.
I won't spend my life fighting over scraps, like you and the other settlements. General Howe rewards those who serve him well.
Isaac shook his head, disgust evident in his expression.
You've seen what we've built here. Not perfect, but free. People working together, rebuilding something worth saving. And now you're picking a fight with a powerful enemy. Way to look after your people, Isaac. Do you know how many people you're sending to be slaughtered?
That stung. Isaac had indeed weighed up the consequences of taking on General Howe. He knew the risks and the chance of success, and had many moments of doubt. Samuel stepped forward, fists clenched at his sides.
Better be killed fighting than be a slave, or bootlicker like you, he said, his voice shaking but loud. You're not smart. You're a dirty coward.
Julian's expression darkened.
I'm a survivor, you little brat, which is more than I can say for you and the rest of your friends. You don't even see what's coming.
A chill ran through Isaac.
What do you mean?
Julian looked at him, a flash of uncertainty crossing his face. For a moment, Julian hesitated, as if weighing how much to reveal. Then his face hardened. Decision made.
You'd think you're so clever with your plans and alliances, he said.
All this time, I've been reporting your every move, your defensive positions, your guard rotations. Your decision to send fighters to help Albany was the final piece they needed.
Isaac paled as realization came crashing down. Most of their fighters were in another state. He had left his city vulnerable.
When?
Isaac asked, his voice steady despite the fear clawing at his chest. Julian shrugged.
All I know is that after I passed on the information that you had left Manchester weakened, Hal was deploying a force to take it. That was 2 days ago. I was supposed to leave with the scouts and deliver the final piece of intelligence about your defenses yesterday. He scowled at Samuel.
When?
Asked Isaac again. My guess would be they'll attack soon, probably the next day or two.
Isaac looked down at the floor, the news hitting him hard.
You'll have the opportunity to surrender, Isaac, Julian said, not unkindly. I don't want anyone to die, but you have to understand, this was inevitable, is inevitable. You can't fight it. You're lying, Samuel said, his voice cracking.
Julian's eyes flicked to the boy.
Believe what you want, boy. Isaac sees the truth.
Samuel took in Isaac's defeated posture, and something snapped. With a cry more of heartbreak than rage, he lunged. Not with a weapon, just his fists, furious and swinging wildly at Julian. Julian flinched and stumbled back, more startled than hurt. But Samuel's charge at the turncoat triggered Isaac into action. He stepped forward to pull the boy back as the traitor drew a blade from beneath his coat. It flashed once in the dim corridor light. Isaac caught the motion too late and shoved Samuel back, taking the brunt of the lunge himself. The knife sank into his chest, just above the bottom rib. Samuel screamed. Isaac grunted and gripped Julian's knife hand, the other reaching for his own blade. For a split second, their eyes locked, the traitors filled with something that might have been regret. Then, he tried to yank the blade free, but it was stuck fast. Isaac, struggling to breathe, raised his own knife, but Julian caught his hand and slammed it into the wall, then again, and finally wrestled it from his weakening grip. He turned on Isaac, with the new blade at the ready, but the Manchester leaders stumbled and fell to his knees, blood seeping heavily around the blade still embedded in his chest. Samuel ran to Isaac, who had begun to lean dangerously, and lowered him gently to the floor as a pale Julian, still gripping Isaac's blade, turned and stumbled for the stairs.
"Hold on, Isaac," cried Samuel. I didn't know."
Motes swam at the edges of Isaac's vision, thickening rapidly as the metallic clang of the fire door echoed Julian's escape down the metal stairs. His hand found Samuel's, gripping it tightly. A desperate urgency pulsed through the encroaching darkness. Tell him it's not his fault. To sound the warning. But though his lips moved, forming silent, desperate shapes, no words would come. The world constricted, shrinking into a gray tunnel, like the closing aperture of a camera lens. Before it closed completely, new sounds broke through. A door slamming nearby, the rhythm of running footsteps. Indigo's voice, achingly sweet, even tinged by panic, calling his name, and the unmistakable, heart-wrenching sound of Max, crying. The aperture closed to a pinpoint, and just before it swallowed him whole, he heard Indigo calling him.
"Isaac! Isaac, hold on. Hold on."
17. The old highway stretched before Raglan like a cracked, weathered snake. Nature had reclaimed much of it over the 15 years since the fall, saplings pushing through fissures in the asphalt, vines and wild grasses creeping in from the shoulders. In places, the road and the rusted hulks of the vehicles that dotted it disappeared entirely beneath vegetation, forcing him to guide Arrow around these natural barricades. He patted his mount's sleek neck appreciatively. The horse was a fine replacement for Reliable, whom, he had no doubt, still wandered the roads of the after-days, a four-legged drifter, somewhat like the two-legged variety that had owned him so briefly. He hadn't been pushing too hard since leaving Manchester, rising after dawn and making camp well before sunset. Not that he would admit it to himself, but while there was a pull, almost a gravitational tug, drawing him back to Bakerstown, he was nervous about returning, and about reuniting with Claire in particular. 15 years as a lone survivor, avoiding people where possible, didn't exactly hone one's romancing skills, and he was man enough to admit that's why he was returning so soon, his fondness for Kit and Marley and other people in the town aside. A faded green sign appeared ahead, tilted at an angle where one of its support posts had given way. As Arrow carried him closer, Raglan could make out the weathered lettering. "Welcome to Pennsylvania. America starts here." Beneath it, someone had spray-painted in crude red letters, ended here, too. He snorted. Apparently there was no shortage of sarcastic graffiti artists in the afterdays. Raglan pulled Arrow to a halt before the sign, a strange heaviness settling in his chest. State lines meant nothing anymore, hadn't for years. Yet crossing this border made everything suddenly, uncomfortably real. Pennsylvania. Bakerstown was in Pennsylvania. He was only a day away now. "What do you think, boy?" he murmured to Arrow, patting his neck. The horse snorted and pawed at the ground impatiently, clearly preferring movement to standing still, one of the traits that had made him an excellent mount, but challenging for the inexperienced riders in Manchester. Raglan reached into his coat and pulled out the onyx pendant, running his thumb over its smooth surface as he pondered his return and how he might be received. The question was, why was he in such a hurry to return? Less than 2 months had passed. Claire would still be training her apprentice, maybe expecting him to return after a year, but most probably not. Would she be happy or annoyed? Maybe I should just turn back, he thought, the faces of Luke and the people of Manchester rising in his mind. Claire will wait 10 more months, he reasoned. And if they went ahead with their plans, Isaac and Luke could certainly use the help. He turned the pendant over in his fingers, its familiar weight grounding him. Slowly his thoughts sharpened, and he realized he was making excuses. Excuses not to proceed, out of an irrational fear of the unknown, that unknown being a woman he hadn't stopped thinking about since he'd left. "Come on," he said, urging Arrow forward. "It's time to start acting like a grown-up man." The horse responded instantly, moving from a walk into a steady trot as they passed beneath the sign and officially entered Pennsylvania. To the surprise of Luke and Jack, the choppers didn't attack immediately, but began circling the base in a slow arc. "I think they're gauging how many people they have left, maybe to avoid friendly fire," Luke called over the persistent whump, whump, whump. "Come on, we have to try something while we can, or they'll cut us all to pieces." "Try what?" Jack shouted. Luke pointed toward a partially destroyed building on the western edge of the base. "I saw something in there earlier. Might be our only shot if we want to get out of this." Without another word, they sprinted toward the structure, dodging debris as the helicopters made another pass. They reached the building that the Chinese had set aside for vehicle maintenance and burst through the damaged doorway. Inside, partially covered by a tarp, sat what Luke had glimpsed earlier, a mounted anti-aircraft gun, likely being prepared for installation on the base defenses. "Can you operate this?" Luke asked as they pulled the tarp away. Jack's eyes widened. Sitting beneath it was a monstrous anti-aircraft gun, 4 heavy barrels mounted on a 2-wheeled carriage, already loaded, belts of ammunition snaking into the feed trays. It looked like it had been readied for deployment recently. He studied the setup. It was purely mechanical, all cranks, levers, and dials. A large hand wheel controlled the elevation, and a second, smaller crank adjusted the aim side to side. "I think so," he said, already climbing up onto the platform. "It's old school, Soviet-made." "Good," Luke said, gripping the carriage handles. "Hang on." With a grunt, he began wheeling the weapon across the uneven ground, guiding it toward the jagged hole in the eastern part of the roof and wall. Jack steadied himself on the rig as it jolted over debris, his wounded shoulders shrieking with every bump. When Luke locked the wheels in place, Jack reached for the elevation wheel with both hands, then hesitated, clutching his bandaged shoulder. The pounding of rotor blades grew louder overhead. "I'll need you on the small crank," he said through gritted teeth, nodding to the side crank. "My shoulder's too damaged to do both." Luke jumped in without hesitation, grabbing the wheel and turning it as Jack called out adjustments as one of the helos reappeared. Operating in tandem, they swung the barrels upward and to the side, tracking the lead helicopter as it banked lower and began to spin back towards the compound. The second chopper peeled off and sat hovering in the distance. It appeared they were going to use only one of the machines to raise the base. Jack gritted his teeth and gripped the firing controls.
"Wait for a clear shot," Luke advised. "We'll only get one chance at this."
Jack nodded, his hands steady on the controls despite his injury as he tracked the nearest helicopter, which now steadied in place.
"Now!"
Luke shouted. Jack squeezed the trigger just as the chopper began its strafing. The heavy weapon roared to life, all 4 barrels erupting in a deafening cacophony of fire. The recoil rattled the rig beneath him as blazing tracers tore through the air toward the approaching helicopter. Some rounds clipped the jagged edges of the damaged roof, sparking against twisted metal and flashing before streaking skyward in a deadly arc. The pilot attempted to evade, but too late. The 14.5mm rounds ripped into the aircraft's fuselage and rotor assembly. For a moment, it seemed to hang suspended in the air. Then smoke poured from its engine as it lurched sideways, spinning out of control. Luke let out a whoop of joy. The helicopter crashed into the trees beyond the base perimeter, erupting in a fireball that sent black smoke billowing into the morning sky. Jack was already cranking the elevation wheel upward to home in on the second chopper. Luke cranked the directional wheel too, but seemingly aware of its vulnerability, the chopper veered away, disappearing from their limited view.
"Shit,"
said Luke, as the loud whine and fast-approaching chop of the blade signaled imminent danger. They couldn't see the chopper, but a shift in sound told them it had paused and was hovering somewhere close, likely preparing to strike. "I think—" Before Jack could finish his thought, the roar of machine gun fire cut him off. The chopper unleashed a torrent of bullets that ripped into the building. Cinder block walls exploded in bursts of concrete as the rounds began to pepper it. Jack dropped low, flinching as gunfire pinged off the gun platform, far too close for comfort.
"We're sitting ducks in here,"
Luke shouted over the deafening roar.
"We need to get this thing outside."
"Are you crazy?"
Jack yelled back, but Luke was already releasing the wheels.
"Help me,"
Luke demanded, throwing his weight against the carriage. Jack jumped down and added his strength, despite his wounded shoulder. Together they strained against the massive weapon, forcing it inch by excruciating inch toward the building's wide door. The helicopter's firing ceased, giving them a reprieve as its shadow passed overhead again. It didn't last long, as bullets began stitching a line of destruction from the opposite side of the compound, pulverizing the roof and southern wall.
"Almost there,"
Luke gasped, muscles burning with the effort. With a final heave, they drove the gun carriage out into the open. The brightness momentarily blinded them, but as soon as they'd cleared the door by 10 feet, Jack was already scrambling back onto the platform, hands finding the controls with desperate urgency.
"There,"
Luke pointed, as the helicopter banked sharply, the pilot having spotted them, and began to come around for another run. Luke spun the directional crank while Jack worked the elevation, bringing the 4 barrels to bear on the approaching aircraft. The pilot, realizing that the anti-aircraft weapon had the draw on him, veered away just as Jack squeezed the trigger, and the weapon thundered to life again, sending streams of tracer rounds skyward. The lethal fire passed harmlessly behind it.
"Damn it,"
Jack snarled, adjusting his aim as the helicopter circled. Luke cranked frantically, sweat pouring down his face as he struggled to keep the gun aligned.
"He's coming right at us."
The helicopter turned to face them head-on now, its weapons trained directly on their position. Jack knew his aim was off, but hoping to maybe shock the pilot into an evasive maneuver to buy time, he squeezed the trigger again. Instead of the expected roar, they heard only a hollow clunk, followed by an unhealthy metallic grinding.
"It's jammed,"
Jack shouted, frantically working the action. The feed mechanism had seized, ammunition belt twisted in the intake. Above them, the helicopter's nose dipped slightly as it lined up its final shot.
There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. In the strange clarity of imminent death, Luke could see the pilot's helmeted face through the cockpit glass. He placed a hand on Jack's good shoulder, a silent acknowledgement that they'd fought well, and waited for the hammer to fall. Out of nowhere, a streak of smoke flashed from their left, cutting through the air with a banshee wail, and a projectile slammed into the helicopter's side with devastating precision, transforming the aircraft into a roiling fireball before either man could process what had happened. Burning debris rained down across the compound as the shock wave washed over them. Jack and Luke ducked under the control panel, shielding themselves from the worst of it. When they looked up, Regan, the marauder recruit, was jogging toward them. An empty rocket launcher balanced on his shoulder, a fierce grin splitting his face.
"Figured you boys could use some help," the former sea cadet called out as he approached, tossing the spent launcher aside. "Found it in their armory when we were pulling back. Good thing the bastards keep their weapons loaded, eh?" Luke stared at him in disbelief before breaking into relieved laughter.
"Perfect timing. That's putting it mildly," Jack said, stepping off the rig.
Luke steadied him with a firm grip when he stumbled. "You good to move?" Swaying slightly as the adrenaline began to ebb, making the pain of his wound more pronounced.
"Try and stop me,"
he said, with a tight smile.
"Just give me a second."
With Luke and Regan shepherding the rapidly deteriorating Jack, they called out to the people who had taken cover and gathered to begin the walk to Niverville. Regan had hung back in the transport they'd loaded with weaponry and supplies, and he and Luke loaded Jack into the cab, along with a girl who had twisted her ankle when making a run for it. They also loaded up as many healthy bodies as they could, and after Regan headed off, Ben and Luke led the rest on foot. As they reached the crest of a rise, Luke and Ben paused for one last look at the smoking compound. The Chinese base was in ruins, fires burning throughout the compound, the two downed helicopters adding their own plumes of black smoke to the morning sky. It was a victory, costly but decisive. Still, a chill clung to Luke at how close the unexpected arrival of the helicopters had come to changing the outcome entirely. He hoped they were a one-off, an outlier, because if General Howe had access to more of that kind of firepower without Chinese backing, they were in deeper trouble than they realized. "What are you thinking?" Ben asked, noting his expression. "I'm thinking this fight just got a lot more complicated," Luke replied. "Come on, let's catch up with the others." Together they slipped into the forest, leaving the burning remains of the Castleton base behind them. The first battle had been won, but it was the first battle of what would, no doubt, be a war of attrition. General Howe stood motionless at the window of his commandeered office in Catskill, hands clasped behind his back as he surveyed the training grounds below. His soldiers moved with purpose through their drills, each one representing years of investment, each one irreplaceable, this far from home. The door opened without a knock, and Lieutenant Zhang entered, his face rigid with tension.
"Report,"
Howe said without turning.
"Sir, we've lost contact with both helicopters,"
Zhang said, his voice carefully neutral.
"Comms from Castleton still completely silent."
Howe remained still for 3 heartbeats. When he finally turned, the cold fury in his eyes made Zhang take an involuntary step back.
"Both helicopters."
Howe's voice was quiet, dangerously so.
"The only air assets we had. The machines that cost me 3 shipments of laborers and 20 kilos of gold to Admiral Chen." "Yes, General. We lost telemetry approximately 20 minutes ago. The last transmission indicated they were engaging resistance fighters at the Castleton base." Howe's controls snapped. He swept the maps from his desk, sending them fluttering to the ground. The radio followed, crashing against the wall in a shower of components. The bronze statue of a horse, a gift from his father, flew across the room next, narrowly missing Zhang's head before crashing into the doorframe. "Get out!" Howe roared. The lieutenant retreated quickly, pulling the door closed behind him as another object crashed against it. Inside, Howe continued his rampage, upending chairs and smashing whatever came to hand until, eventually, the storm passed. He stood amid the destruction, breathing heavily, hands braced against his desk. Minutes later, a tentative knock sounded at the door. "Enter," he commanded, his voice once again controlled. Zhang reappeared, flanked by Captain Liu, Howe's intelligence officer. The general's office looked like it had been hit by a small cyclone, but neither man so much as flicked an eye toward the destruction. Their gazes stayed fixed just above the general's forehead. "What now?"
"General," Zhang began carefully, "Captain Liu has an update regarding our other operations."
Howe straightened, adjusting his uniform.
"Speak."
Liu stepped forward, tablet in hand.
"Sir, we've lost contact with our reconnaissance team. The 2 soldiers accompanying the slaver informants north of Albany. They were supposed to check in 12 hours ago." "And the intelligence from our asset in Manchester?" Howe asked. "The final defensive positions. The Council's evacuation protocols." "Nothing, sir. The scouts were supposed to bring back that information from the meet."
Howe's fist slammed down onto his desk with such force that a crack appeared in the polished wood.
"So we've lost our air assets, our forward base, and our intelligence pipeline."
Neither officer responded, knowing better than to speak. Howe straightened slowly, a new coldness settling over his features.
"Captain Liu, what is the status of our advance force at the border?" 350 men, fully equipped, awaiting your orders, sir."
Howe moved to the large wall map that had somehow survived his outburst. His finger traced a line from the New York state border toward Manchester.
"We've been too cautious, too methodical," he said,
more to himself than to his officers.
"We know they sent at least 200 of their fighting force to Albany, only to trip us up and attack Castleton. But that means they are still 200 short, and I suspect they were the best of them. Manchester is weakened, and won't expect a direct assault so soon."
He turned back to face his men.
"Send the order to Commander Way. The advance force moves immediately. I want them at Manchester's gates within 24 hours. They will offer an ultimatum: surrender and live, or resist and be killed. Either way, I want that settlement burned to the ground, and the survivors in chains for shipment by nightfall tomorrow."
"Sir," Captain Liu ventured cautiously,
"without the intelligence from our asset, we don't have the updated defensive positions or—" "Then they will adapt and overcome,"
Howe cut him off sharply.
"We still have the original intelligence. It will have to be enough."
Zhang and Liu exchanged glances.
"Immediately means now, gentlemen,"
Howe said, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. They saluted crisply and departed, leaving the general alone with his thoughts and the wreckage strewn around him. The End of Battlefront, First Strike, written by Scott Medbury, narrated by Adam Barr.
If you're enjoying Scott's audiobook content, please like and subscribe. It's the best way to help out the channel.